Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting of June 23rd, 2020. I call the meeting to order and ask for a roll call, please.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Here.
Councilmember Chen?
Present.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Here.
Councilmember Griffith?
Here.
Councilmember Kalani?
Present.
Councilmember Matucci?
Here.
Mayor Fury?
Here. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and the city attorney on the agenda matters listed under 14A, real property, conference with real property negotiator, 14B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, 14C, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, and 14D, public employee performance evaluation. A closed session on these matters are authorized by California Government Code Section 54956.8, 54956.9D1, 54956.9D4, and 54957B1. We will return at 7 p.m. Thank you. Good evening. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting of June 23rd, 2020. We've actually been in an executive session. Mr. Jackson, is there anything to report?
Nothing to report, Your Honor.
Thank you. Tonight, the City Council and I continue with our 13th web-based telemeeting. We appreciate your patience during these unprecedented times. Our city staff and our city cable team continue to improve how we can carry on the business of our city while allowing residents and community members to participate in the process. During the safe-at-home orders, the Council and I have tested and trained in advance to make these meetings as functional as possible, and I'm very proud of our team for coordinating these successful meetings. In fact, many cities and agencies have been looking for our team for some guidance. We continue to explore ways to allow citizens to meet and discuss the issues affecting our community face-to-face so that when the time does arrive, we are prepared to begin City Council meetings with a new normal. Your participation remains important. Thank you to those who have submitted emails by this afternoon's deadline of 4 p.m. They've all been forwarded to the Council as supplemental materials and will be entered into the public record. Any emails submitted after the deadline will be added to the public record later. For those of you tuning in, because of the challenges faced in this Council format, and in accordance with the Government Code Section 54954.3a, we will now dedicate a single 60-minute comment period to hear the public on all agenda items, as well as for general orals by telephone call-in. The only exception to this 60-minute period is public hearings. Comments that are directly relevant to agendized hearings will be taken as part of the actual hearing. You may participate by calling into the public input hotline. The number is 310-618-2404 and will be displayed on this screen. Please be patient when calling in and state the agenda item number that you are calling about or wish to speak on. Callers will have, now pay attention, callers will have 1 minute to speak on one agenda item, 2 minutes total to speak on two or more agenda items, and 1 minute for general orals. Each speaker will have a maximum of 3 minutes. Then it will be disconnected automatically. So if you only have one item, you'll be disconnected after 1 minute. If you have 2 items, 3 items, 4 items you wish to speak on, you'll be disconnected after 2 minutes. If you have multiple items and oral comment, you will have a total of 3 minutes. Then you will be disconnected automatically. Again, as a reminder, the only exception is for members of the public calling to speak on actual public hearings. Those public comments will continue to be taken as part of each hearing. Tonight, agenda items 10A and 10B, which are both public hearings, will be taken out of order and heard immediately after the public comment period. Please speak when prompted and state the number of the agenda item or items you wish to speak on. Or if you want to make a comment, a general comment, there is a delay in the broadcast. Do not try to follow what you may hear on the broadcast. Please turn down the volume on your TV or viewing device and do not use Bluetooth or speakerphones. Really, the quality of the sound is horrible. Tonight, the City Council is conducting this City Council meeting under a national, state, and city state of emergency. Our council meeting will be conducted in a video telephonic conference. The council members will interact through a conference interface. This procedure is in conformance with the Governor of California's Executive Order N-2920, which suspended portions of the Brown Act relating to meetings by teleconference or other electronic means. The executive order requires that members of the public are allowed to observe and address the meeting telephonically or otherwise electronically. Again, during the live broadcast, the public may participate by telephone by calling 310-618-2404 and speaking during the public comment period. City Clerk, have emails received before 4 p.m. today been processed as supplemental material and provided to the City Council?
Yes, Your Honor, they have.
Thank you. The next items on the agenda will be a flag salute led by Councilmember Griffin, followed by an invocation by Councilmember Kalani, and I turn the floor over to Councilmember Griffin.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all who are listening for joining me as we honor our flag and our country as we recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Lord, help us look at our blessings with gratitude and to the future with hope. Bless those who have gone before us, those that have put themselves in harm's way to keep us safe, and those who are working to build a future with the goal of making our city and the world a better place. Guide us to make the right decisions and let our ideas and our words represent those who we have the honor to serve. Let us be true to ourselves and real about our expectations, never giving up or losing sight of our goal to make our community safe, strong, and better than before. Amen.
Amen, and thank you. We'll take a report of the City Clerk on the posting of the agenda.
Your Honor, this agenda was posted on Thursday, June 18th, with the revised agenda posted on June 23rd.
Thank you. I'll take a motion to waive further reading.
Councilman Griffith, so moved. So moved.
Councilmember Kalani,
Councilmember
Chen?
Councilmember
Chen? Thank you.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental items.
Yes, Your Honor. This is Leroy Jackson. We're withdrawing item 8J, which was the purchase of 4 vehicles. It will be returned at a later date. There are supplemental materials on item 7, oral communications, items 8B, consulting service agreement for medical services, 8E, First Amendment to Agreement for Commuter Transportation, 8F, approved change order 4 for data services, 8G, approved purchase of property insurance renewal, 9B, provide COVID recovery updates, and item 9B, approved dissolution memorandum of understanding for Hermosa Beach Greenbelt Trench Infiltration Project, 9E, approved contract service agreement for transfer station service. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. On to council committee meetings and announcements. I ask that we adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Armando Cortado, more affectionately known as Jay by all who knew and loved him. Jay passed away on Friday, June 12, 2020, at age 76. Jay was born on May 4, 1944, in Brawley, California, to Amadeo and Herlinda Cortado. Jay began his career with the city of Torrance in 1984 as an equipment attendant in the transit department. He transitioned from the fleet maintenance division to bus operations, where he was promoted to bus operator, a position he would hold until his departure from the city in 2001. Throughout his tenure with the transit department, Jay was known for being a dedicated professional and team player who enjoyed helping our customers travel to their destinations and serving the city of Torrance. During his time off, Jay enjoyed legal drag racing and making handcrafted jewelry. He is survived by his wife, Melissa, sons Aaron and Philip, daughter Michelle, 3 grandchildren, and 2 great-grandchildren. A celebration of Jay's life was held on Friday, June 19th, at the Lakewood Village Community Church in Long Beach, California. Our deepest sympathy is with Jay's family, friends, and co-workers. He will be missed and will always be recognized as a member of the Torrance Transit team. Jay, I know we're all going to miss you and the great sense of humor that you did have. Thank you. Which takes us to Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. A reminder that the 2020 census is still accepting submissions online, by phone, or by mail. To submit online, please visit 2020census.gov. It's not too late to complete your 2020 census. The information you provide will determine how much funding will be distributed to states and communities each year, in addition to determining the number of seats each state has in the House of Representatives. The City of Torrance currently has a self-response rate of 70.6%, which exceeds the state average of 62.5%. If you'd like more information on how the 2020 census can help shape your community, please visit 2020census.gov. Let's help shape our community's future by ensuring that Torrance reaches a 100% participation rate.
Thank you. Councilmember Goodrich?
Yes, Mayor, I've got an oral for the City Council. I've received a lot of complaints from residents and seen it on social media about the prevalence of illegal fireworks this year, and confirmed with police reports that the instances are up dramatically as well. So with the concurrence of council, I'd like to ask staff to explore measures to address this and implement, if possible, for this year. Thank you.
I think we're all in agreement that the fireworks are running amok in not just Torrance, but all over. So I'm certain that our staff will have to look forward to that.
Yes, Your Honor, we'll follow up.
Thanks. We're now moving on to item 6, community matters. Item 6A is a recognition of Andrew Valverde for Gatorade California Boys Soccer Player of the Year Award. Councilmember Griffith, do you have some sentiments that you'd like to share?
Yes, I sure do, Mayor. Thank you very much. I would like to take this time to acknowledge Andrew Valverde for his selection as the Gatorade California Boys Soccer Player of the Year. Andrew is a senior at North High School and a resident of Torrance. The following are a few of Andrew's many academic and athletic achievements. Andrew led the Saxons to the Pioneer League title and the CIF Southern Section Division III title. He totaled 29 goals and 12 assists for the Saxons and was named the CIF SS Division III Player of the Year. He is also president of the North High student body and a member of the Hispanic Culture Club, carrying a 3.68 GPA. Andrew has displayed exceptional character both on and off the field, and it is no surprise that he has been selected for such a prestigious award. It is my great pleasure to recognize Andrew for this great accomplishment and to inform him that staff has been directed to mail him a certificate reflecting this achievement. Congratulations, Andrew, and I wish you the best of luck as you begin your journey through college at UCLA. And sure wish you were here to be able to celebrate with us if we were able to meet in public, because we'd love to give you a huge round of applause. So here's a little virtual one. Congratulations. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you. Item 6B is a resolution. I'll take a number and title.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2020-55, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring firefighter Mark S. Minton upon his retirement from the city after 37 years of service.
I need a motion. Councilmember Chen.
Mayor, I move to adopt resolution 2020-55.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Councilmember Kalani, second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. That will be presented at a later date. Item 6C. May we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2020-56, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Police Sergeant David Danny Ortega upon his retirement from the city after 33 years of service.
Councilmember Griffith.
Yes, I move to approve resolution number 2020-56.
Councilwoman Ashcraft.
Councilwoman Ashcraft, second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Again, that will be presented at a later date. Next resolution is, next item is 6D, another resolution. May we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2020-57, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Police Lieutenant Jennifer Jo Choi Ueda upon her retirement from the city after 27 years of service.
Councilmember Griffith.
Yeah, I move to adopt or approve resolution number 2020-57.
Councilwoman Ashcraft.
I second. Councilwoman Ashcraft?
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
That motion carried unanimously, Your Honor.
And that resolution will be presented at a later date as well. Item 6E is another resolution. May we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2020-58, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Police Sergeant Ronald James Connor upon his retirement from the city after 26 years of service.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Motion to approve resolution number 2020-58.
Councilmember Chen.
Councilman Chen, second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 6F is also a resolution. I ask again for a number and title, please.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2020-59, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Fire Captain Paul F. Masato upon his retirement from the city after 25 years of service.
Councilmember Chen.
Councilmember Chen moves to adopt resolution 2020-59.
Councilwoman
Councilmember Griffith, second.
Second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Again, that resolution will be provided at a later date, presented at a later date. We're now moving on to the 60-minute public comment period for agenda items and general orals. If any members of the public want to speak, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. City Council Rules of Order Section 6.4E provides that speakers can only speak once. Any speaker that attempts to speak a second time on any item will be disconnected. When speaking on agenda items, you must be on topic. We would like to get in as many speakers as possible. If you're not speaking on topic, or if we cannot tell if you are speaking on topic, you will get a warning to stay on topic, and if you do not, then speak on topic, or if you go off topic again, you forfeit the remainder of your time, and we'll move on to the next caller pursuant to City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.5 and Section 6.7B3 and B4. If there are no speakers waiting before the 60-minute period has elapsed, we will close the public comment portion of the meeting. And now we will move on to oral communications, to the call center. Anyone called in?
Yes, Mayor, we have some callers on the line. Janet Payne.
Okay, the time is now 7:21.
Thank you, Mayor.
Hello.
Janet Payne, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda items you wish to speak on?
On orals.
Great. Mayor, can you let me know how much time, please?
1 minute.
Okay. Go ahead, Janet.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I have missed seeing you all at council meetings and all of the staff and the rest of the council, but I'm speaking tonight for now less than 1 minute on the Torrance Historical Society. Just a little bit of an update. You're probably aware that we closed the doors and we put the lock on. That was in an abundance of caution because of the pandemic. We were following what the city was doing, and we knew it was the right thing to do. A few of us had gone in a number of times to take care of essential business like banking and recording our membership renewals, answering phone calls, doing some research over the phone so people won't forget about us. In addition to that, to stay in touch with our membership, our public relations person, Debbie Hayes, has been sending bits of information to all of our members via email.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
Michelle Rand, you are now unmuted. Can you please let us know which items you wish to speak on?
Well, mine is just a general topic, so I guess that's just for orals.
Okay. So, Mayor, 1 minute.
1 minute, please.
Okay, I will talk as
Michelle,
fast
your time
as I can.
starts now. Go ahead.
Okay, my time starts now. Thank you very much. I want to tell you, first of all, how much I appreciate everybody on our city council. I have been reaching out to the police departments in the cities and surrounding cities, telling them how much I appreciate them, that I'm praying for them, and just that they're loved. But what I'm calling about tonight is something that's very near and dear to my heart, which is the Relay for Life of Torrance. We are having an event called Waves of Hope. That is something that we desperately need in our city right now, as well as our nation, but I can't take care of everybody. So this coming Thursday, out in front of South High School, we're going to be having the Waves of Hope. It's going to be going on from 8 until 9 o'clock. It is a drive-through event, so we will be social distancing. It's actually a luminaria. So we're going to honor, celebrate, and remember those that have passed away, as well as just giving a little bit of hope to this, what we need right now to bring people together. I know my time is going to be cut short, but I hope everyone...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
Carol Gillis, you are now unmuted. Can you please let us know which agenda items you wish to speak on? Carol Gillis. Mayor, I'll disconnect that caller because I do not believe that she's able to hear us.
Okay.
I'll move on to the next caller. Debbie Hayes, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda items you wish to speak on? Debbie. On to the next caller. Debbie Hayes, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda items you wish to speak on? Can you hear us, Debbie? Mayor, I'll disconnect that caller because it appears she can't hear us.
Okay.
Rachel, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you wish to speak on?
General topic.
Okay.
1 minute, please.
Thank you, Mayor.
I have watched many, so I will.
Go ahead.
I have watched many city council meetings, and to say that I am disheartened and disappointed is a gross understatement. The behavior exhibited is a community that touts progress while secretly relishing that we're a sundown town. Your mentality, behaviors, and movements do not reflect the desire for progress and unity. Instead, you are betrothed to hatred and prejudice. Councilman Matucci, in your Facebook video, you stated that if we don't agree, let's have a conversation to the people. Therefore, I implore you to put your money where your mouth is. Instead of only public comments that have become a public roast, let us come to the table. Let Mrs. Mitchell speak. invoke the First Amendment, not only free speech, not only meaningful, but helpful civil discourse. Our community is broken whether we see it or not. Equality is not a privilege. It is a constitutional right. Black Lives Matter. We are not a terrorist.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
Jason Boxer, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda items you wish to speak on? Jason Boxer.
Hi.
Hi, sir. Which agenda items do you wish to speak on?
I wanted to just place a general comment.
Okay.
You have 1 minute, sir.
Okie doke. I'm
forward.
South Bay. Hello?
Yes, we can
Go
hear
ahead.
you.
Okie doke. I'm a South Bay member. My name is Jason Boxer. Was calling to stress that I don't think the taxpayers of the South Bay and specifically of Torrance should be continuing to pay the salaries of officers Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez, since they're responsible for the death of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, and justice has not yet been served in that case. I also wanted to echo some of the previous comments about how unacceptable Councilmember Matucci's comments have been on social media. I don't think they befit a public servant, and I think they're inappropriate. I'm appreciative of all the hard work that the council has been doing during these very unprecedented times to keep the community safe, and I hope Councilmember Matucci's rhetoric will match the dignity and the noble duty that the council has been doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, I'll move on to the next caller. Beverly Findley, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you wish to speak on?
Just a general item.
1 minute, please.
Go ahead, Beverly.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I would like to invite everyone to join the Torrance Rosefield Association for a Restaurants for Roses fundraiser and some Down Home Louisiana fun. It will be tomorrow at the Raging Cajun Cafe at 525 Pacific Coast Highway in Redondo Beach. They are open from 11 till 9, and you can present the flyer that you can find on our website, or if you have a digital copy, you can either give them hard or digital to the server, and they'll donate 20% of the cost to your meal to us. We hope to see you all there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'll move on to the next caller. Stephanie Park, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you wish to speak on?
This is a general comment.
Okay.
1 minute, please.
Your time starts now, Stephanie.
Okay. I'm calling again to ask for justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and his family. I agree with previous callers. The way you treat his mother, Sherilyn, is disgraceful. It's subhuman. The way that you treated Christopher was subhuman. The fact that you still have officers Concannon and Chavez on your payroll and patrolling the streets with guns ready to shoot someone else is a disgrace. The way they treated Christopher, it was murder, it was an assassination, it was a lynching. We are sick and tired of the way Torrance police act towards its citizens and the way they act towards people who try to protest their treatment of its citizens. You need to set up a civilian oversight board to have an appropriate place for people to bring their concerns about the police. Further, there needs to be some accountability for Torrance police. Currently, there is none. It is a racist system.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
Rachel, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item that you're calling on? Rachel? Mayor, I'll disconnect that caller. I'll move on to the next caller. Madeline Jones, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, general comment.
1 minute, please.
Hello?
Yes.
Go for it.
Madeline, your time starts now.
Okay, yes. Hi. I wanted to call just to echo the sentiments of some of the previous callers regarding justice for Christopher DeAndre Michael, and also to reference my email that I wrote last week as well as this week, along with all these other emails I see in your public comment attachments 1 and 2. And also just to get clarity on from the document where both Torrance PD and DA Jackie Lacey stated that this was all investigated and claimed to be self-defense. I want to know how any of you can watch the video that we watched, the body cam video, and tell us that it was self-defense. I mean, it's just absolutely deplorable, and you seem to just be ignoring us, and we call, and we continue to call, and last week you got angry when people called out of turn, but the reason that we're having to do that is because we're being ignored. This is not just about Black Lives Matter. This is for all of us. This is not all right. We are all human beings, and I just want to have answers, accountability.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
Laura, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item that you're calling on?
General comments.
Okay,
1 minute,
your 1 minute will start now, Laura.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, first, I would like to thank you for restoring the public comments to the beginning of the agenda. But second, and more important, as a resident of Torrance for 22 years, I would also like to urge the City Council to consider the formation of a police oversight committee, as currently I am unaware of a public forum that exists in which information is regularly shared on police training standards, incidences of personnel complaints, and the department's efforts to recruit a diverse workforce. Other cities have instituted such committees, so it's not an impossibility. I would urge the Council to meet the moment and begin discussions with community leaders on producing such a committee.
Thank you.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Amber, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which item you're calling on?
Comment?
Okay, you'll have 1 minute and your time starts now, please.
Thank you. I'm calling to demand that you fire and prosecute Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, and that you create a civilian oversight commission of the police department to review this case and police misconduct by the Torrance PD. Christopher's life mattered. He was murdered within 15 seconds of officers approaching him. Please do everything that you can to bring him justice. Thank you.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Andy, you are now unmuted. Can you please tell us what agenda item you wish to speak on?
I just take 1 minute. That's going to be enough for the last time I speak here.
Okay, sir, your time starts now.
Okay, thank you. I'm totally disappointed with you guys putting through these new rules for the agendas and oral communication and everything. But I'm happy. Finally, you guys show your true face, show how much you care about your citizens, your constituents, and how much input you like to have from your community. And it was ridiculous, the mayor, when we have all these problems, go to the library this week, where we cannot go to the library, that the mayor goes to the library and reads children books, because that's what we need right now. People losing their jobs, people losing their existence, and our leader, the mayor, reading children books in the library where we cannot go in. Congratulations for all of you. Bye-bye.
Thank you for sharing.
And that's what he said always.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Sorry, Mayor, we appear to be having some trouble with the Global Meet phone system. 1 moment, please. Edith, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Thank you. Speaking on item number 7, oral communication.
Okay, your 1 minute starts now, please.
Thank you. I'm calling to demand justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Do the right thing. Listen to the voice of the community. Your community is hurting. We ask for a civilian oversight commission to review all the cases of police misconduct, fire and prosecute Anthony Chavez and Matthew Kincannon for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Stop ignoring the pleas for justice. Lastly, Councilmember Matucci, you're a disgrace to your place in public office, and I'm appalled at the offensive comments on your Facebook video. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor, I'll move on to the next caller. Julie, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Oral communications.
Okay, your 1 minute starts now, please.
Good evening, Mayor Fury and council members. This is Julie Dojiri, New Horizons South Bay. I am so glad that you moved the communications. The other ones were way past my bedtime. But I would like to first of all say how much I and our community appreciate all that you're doing on behalf of the citizens of Torrance regarding the COVID-19. We love the Torrance alerts because it is updated so regularly and it is specific to Torrance. Also, Mayor, I received your letter regarding the census, and I am doing my very best to get our people here to make sure that they send in their census, and I do include a phone number in the newsletter so that they will be able to call in and...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her minute was up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
Jolie, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item that you are calling on?
Did you say Jolie?
Yes. Which agenda
item? Current item?
General comment?
Yes.
Okay, your time starts now.
Fire Anthony Chavez. Fire Matthew Kincannon. They murdered my son, Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Mayor Fury, we out in front of here protesting, let you know we want justice in the name of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. And I know it's something you could do about it, but you choose not to. You let this racist cop kill my son. He had his hands up, and they shot him in the back of his head and his palm of his hand. So I know his hands was up. They still shot my baby. They wait for the light to go off and then start shooting. My son's last words was stop, stop, stop. No justice, no peace. No racist police. No justice, no peace. No racist police. No justice, no peace. No racist police. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Alana, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which item that you're calling on?
General comment.
Okay, your time starts now.
Absolutely deplorable that we have to hear from Christopher's mother each and every week since December of 2018 asking for justice for her son who was murdered after a 15-second encounter with the police, an encounter we all had to watch. How dare Matucci go on his Facebook page and double down on how Black Lives Matter is a terrorist organization, and when a concerned citizen asks for his resignation, he slyly posts the comments with the number of the number to call for his resignation. Absolutely disgusting. Black lives seem to matter when you bust in a whole bunch of black kids to go to your schools to get your D1 division sports title, but Black lives doesn't matter when they're killed in the street. Absolutely disgusting. Matucci, your pictures of you supporting the Trump All Lives Matter rally on the corner of our...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time is up. I'll move on to the next caller. Chelsea, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item that you're calling on?
General comment.
Okay, your time starts now.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. I was surprised to learn that 22% of the Torrance General Fund is allocated to the police department, while only 4.4% goes to community services. I'd like to ask that a portion of the police budget be allocated to an independent commission to review instances of police misconduct. I've also long noted Councilmember Matucci's comments about homeless people on his Facebook page, and a lot can be done for those homeless people if a portion of that police budget was allocated towards helping them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Debbie Hayes, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item that you're calling on?
Oral.
Okay, your 1 minute starts now, please.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Mayor, I did love you reading this story, by the way, in the library, but I am calling just to give a shout-out to the members of the Old Torrance Neighborhood Association who have gone above and beyond in their awesomeness to help families in Torrance who have faced unexpected and or additional financial challenges beneath this COVID cloud. Without even asking, just because of one random act of kindness that one of our members did by helping a needy family and us writing about it in our email, we've generated almost...
They said they're outside, but...
We've almost generated over $2,000 to help buy groceries
I knew they were going to do
for
that.
families in need for Torrance. So I just wanted to give a shout-out to all those wonderful people in Torrance who are helping others in Torrance. And thank you, City Council, for all you're doing to manage the chaos during the COVID crisis.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I will move on to the next caller. Pam, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Your own city is damn disgusting.
Yes, I'm calling for public comment.
Okay, your 1 minute starts now.
I'm outside with over 600 people, and we're demanding justice for the Christopher DeAndre Mitchell family. We're demanding that you fire Matthew Concannon and Police Officer Chavez for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. There's no difference between what has happened in Minnesota and what happened out here. And so we are demanding justice for the family. We are demanding that you fire the police and that they be prosecuted. Black lives, they matter here.
Mayor, it appears that that caller has disconnected himself, so I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
Carol Gillis, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Orals.
Okay, your 1 minute starts now, please.
Hi, City Council and Mayor. This Sunday, I'm calling just to remind everyone that on this Sunday, the Torrance Theater Company is going to do their third play at home. We get to sit at home and watch a play from our couch, and it's great. Shooting Star is the name of the play. It starts at 6 o'clock. In order to participate, you need to go to our website, torrancetheatercompany.com. /play at home. You'll see a link on there. They will then send you, once you sign in, you'll get an email, and the email will give you a link to the YouTube channel. Please join us. Feel free to get out your favorite beverage and your food item and enjoy and have a theater on us. Share this around the country because everyone could be watching at 6 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Mia, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General public.
Your 1 minute starts now.
I am calling to demand justice for the police murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. I am demanding the termination and prosecution of Officers Chavez and Matthew Concannon. We demand that City Council creates a Civilian Oversight Commission of the Torrance Police Department. Furthermore, I am calling for the resignation of Councilmember Matatucci for his deplorable public comments, including his statement that Black Lives Matter is a terrorist organization. The only terrorist organization is the law enforcement officials who are killing Black and brown bodies unjustly. Justice for DeAndre Mitchell. Black Lives Matter. I yield my time.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Yoselin, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Hi, I'm calling for just general comments to the mayor and council members.
Okay, your 1 minute starts now, please.
Yeah, I'm calling to demand justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. I think it's so fucking appalling of you, mayor, if you even call yourself a mayor, to be fucking cackling at your own constituents. It's fucking appalling because you know what? I'm here in community with my fellow, members of my Torrance community, and we're here in celebration. We're here in celebration for life of Black lives, okay? And if you were to get off your fucking high horse and come down here and actually talk to us, you would understand that all we want is justice. Justice for Christopher. His mother should not be here right now, bawling her eyes out, pouring her heart out, demanding justice. She can never have her child back, but what you can at least do is fire those two fucking officers that killed her son, prosecute them, make sure that they never, ever become police officers ever again. That's the least that you can do, okay? So, fuck you, you bootlicker. Bye.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Austin, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, yeah, I consider myself a Torrance grown person. I grew up here and made this place most of my life. I'm Asian American, so today I'd like to bring up the memory of Vincent Chen, my apologies. I'm calling to demand justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. I'm disappointed in Torrance's response thus far, and I demand you fulfill two conditions: fire and prosecute Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. 2, create a civilian oversight commission of the police department to review this case and police misconduct by the Torrance PD. The reason why I bring up Vincent Chen is because, Councilmember Chen, I hope this strikes a chord with you, because we're facing the same problems today. Please do something. I yield my time. Fuck you.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Michelle, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Sure, it's a general comment.
Okay, your 1 minute starts now, please.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Michelle. I'm a Torrance resident, born and raised, and I want to echo the comments of previous callers in regards to the 2018 killing of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell by Torrance police officers Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez. We're calling upon you to fire and prosecute these killer cops and bring justice to our community and the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. It's time to establish a civilian oversight committee to review and investigate cases of police misconduct in the Torrance PD. Both officers were previously involved in fatal shootings and should not be out in our streets wearing badges. Thank you.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Catherine, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General comment.
Okay, your 1 minute starts now, please.
Hi, my name is Catherine. I've been a resident of Torrance my whole life, and I'm calling to demand that the Torrance City Council fires officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, and as well as creating a civilian oversight commission of the Torrance PD. Things that have been happening in Torrance is nothing new and should be stopped right now, and I'm very disappointed in the City Council members and everyone on the board.
Mayor, that caller has disconnected herself. I'll move on to the next caller. Shelley, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Oral communication.
Your 1 minute starts now, please.
This isn't the first time I've talked to you. This isn't the first time you've heard from many of us, and I'm not one to get angry, so I try to be reasonable with you all. I think the first time I ever came, you honored Martin Luther King Jr., and I just don't know how you have the audacity to do something like that. Matucci, Pat Fury, we're looking at you. We know you know Sister Sherilyn's face very well. I can't believe that you have the personal shame and lack of integrity to do what you're supposed to do, which is to fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, and to create a civilian oversight committee, which I quite frankly don't understand why you haven't done yet. So you can not have to have us be here every week, so that you don't have to listen to Sister Sherilyn every week, because you obviously don't care. You obviously don't listen to her, because we're fucking tired of it, and because, Black Lives Matter is the fucking shit, and she was the shit. So I'm just tired. We're tired of being here. Sister Sherilyn.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
G. Tucker, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
I'm speaking to demand justice for the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and all 600 other black people who have been murdered by the Torrance
Okay, so for public comment, sir, you'll get 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Thank you, ma'am. I demand that the City Council fires and prosecutes officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. They are both murderers. They have both previously been involved in the shooting of civilians and must be fired immediately. It is unacceptable that this has not happened already. In addition to this, in order to work towards creating a more just system of accountability and justice for Torrance, I demand that the City Council of Torrance immediately create a civilian oversight commission for Torrance Police Department. It is unacceptable that this has not happened already. These men are murderers and should not be serving on the police force. Please fire them swiftly and work towards creating a system of accountability by creating a City Council accountability system. Please. I yield my time. Thank you.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Lola, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on? Public comment. Your 1 minute starts now, please.
I'm calling to demand two things. First, justice for the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. It is absolutely imperative that officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon be fired. We cannot pretend that the incidents, the horrible murders that have happened to George Floyd and all of the people like him are not happening right here at home. It is absolutely unacceptable for them to go unpunished for their actions. And my second demand is to create a civilian oversight commission. How can we possibly say that we are making any steps toward change if we are not overseeing what they are doing from the actual civilians and not the police officers themselves? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Tim Ivrick, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
I'm calling on a general comment, please.
Your 1 minute starts now.
I just want to let you guys know there's a lot of us outside, and we are here to get justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. It is unfathomable that his murder has gone, still has not, family has not received justice, that the officers need to be fired. They need to be held accountable for his murder. You need to develop a civilian oversight committee. I don't know how you live with yourselves with this man's murder on your hands and doing nothing about it. It is disgusting. And the people that voted you in will happily vote you out if you don't take action. And that's why we are all out here standing up for this man who was killed by your system. So I got nothing else to say. You guys need to think about what I just said. I yield my time.
Thank you.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Arnie Goldstein, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you wish to speak on?
General comment.
Your 1 minute starts now, please.
I'm calling because since March 1st, we've had 514 cases of COVID-19 and 50 deaths in the city of Torrance. The city of Torrance is the 8th largest city in the county of Los Angeles, but our the case numbers are higher than other affluent areas, and I think that it would be really a positive step if the city would create posters that our businesses can put out that would just be the same information, and it would be repetitive for the public to see those posters that talk about wearing masks and the 6-foot distance. I know that we see a lot of people that are wearing them, but there's also the ones that refuse.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Natalie, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you wish to speak on?
General comment.
Your 1 minute starts now, please.
Thank you. So I'm a lifelong resident of Torrance. I'm third generation in the city, and I just don't understand how we are sitting here pretending like we don't know the reputation of our city and of our police department. Everyone that grows up here knows exactly what our police are. They are trigger happy, they are aggressive, and they target black and brown people, and they always have. I knew this when I was a child, before Black Lives Matter and social media. Everyone knows this, and yet we're sitting here pretending like it's not happening instead of doing something about it. It is your job to come up with solutions for the community. This problem is not going to go away. It's been over a year, and it has only gotten worse. You are endangering the community. You are endangering our police by not taking action on this matter. I don't understand how a civilian oversight commission is a controversial idea. This should be a given.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Samantha, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item that you're calling on?
General comment.
Your 1 minute starts now, please.
Hi, my name is Samantha. I've lived in Torrance my entire life, and I just want to say I've never been more disappointed in the inaction that you've taken on this issue of the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. I would say that I want justice for him, but unfortunately it's way too late for that because your racist cops took 15 seconds to shoot him in his car with his hands up. In addition, the video that was finally released, the body cam footage, had a disgusting narration that took some mental gymnastics to justify the murder of this man. So I'm calling for the immediate firing of both officers involved. Also, please make a commission oversight committee because you obviously can't hold yourselves accountable. I've never been more disappointed in the people that I voted into office. You are clearly serving only some people. I yield my time.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Joanne, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item that you are calling on?
Yes, general comment, please.
Your 1 minute starts now.
Yes, good evening. You people are all professionals, and I have written to my Congress to let them know of what problems are here in the community. I have not received any response. I really think that you should start either answering a person when they tell you about problems that we're having in our community. I really appreciate what you're doing right now, letting us talk to you. You need to start talking to people. We are people. That's why we protest, because you're not listening to us. Please, this police brutality has got to stop. I've seen it and I vomited when I saw all of this that's happening. I'm 75 years old. I love our country, and I respect every one of you. However, you've got to listen to the rich, the poor, and wherever. But please, when we send letters to you, at least say we received your letter.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
Jessica, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item that you're calling on?
General comments.
Your 1 minute starts now, please.
Hi. Much like everybody else who's calling in, I'm also calling for the justice of Christopher Dion Mitchell. And I cannot believe that you all are just sitting here week after week while we're calling you, asking for these police to be removed from their positions and to be prosecuted, and you're not doing anything. We're going to continue calling you until you actually do something. The mother of that man should not be outside right now. She should be with him. They should be together. His family should not be mourning the loss of his life. I yield my time. Thank you.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Deborah, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item that you're calling on?
Yes, general issues.
Your 1 minute starts now, please.
Yes, I wanted to just give some feedback in support of the Torrance Police. I've seen them respond to issues where there's a school lockdown. There was also an incident where my daughter was trapped with someone who was out of control on drugs and dangerous, and they went into harm's way to help her. So I have seen them take actions on more than multiple occasions when it comes from accidents to ensure the safety of the citizens in Torrance. I've never seen any aggressive behavior. I don't know that it does exist, but I do know that how would anybody want to be a cop anywhere right now? And I do believe there are some instances of abuse, but I do believe there are some very good police officers in the city of Torrance. I really do. And I've seen them help people. So I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Veronica, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General comments.
Your 1 minute starts now, please.
I'm calling to demand justice for the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. I'm also demanding that we have some kind of civilian oversight for the city of Torrance. My grandparents have lived in the city of Torrance and raised me for 60 years. Never in my life have I been so disappointed in the city of Torrance and how they choose to conduct themselves in these kinds of matters. The only person that the mayor has said thank you, ma'am, to is somebody that has condoned the police and said that they did good. There are no such thing as good cops. If you're not going to do what you're supposed to do, don't become a cop. Hold other people accountable in your business as well. It's not only about one person can do a good thing as being a cop. If you don't hold your partner accountable, you're also a bad cop. Black lives matter. We need justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. I yield.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Ed Keenan, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General.
You have 1 minute, please.
Thanks so much. I just want to call on the council to fire officers Chavez and Concannon, institute a civilian oversight commission, and take serious action for justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. I also just think that nobody can really be surprised that woman from Long Beach feels like Torrance is a safe place to go and make racist attacks based on what Councilmember Matucci says on Facebook, and based on the fact that the Torrance City Council is willing to let these racist killer cops run around on payroll. Thank you so much, and I yield my time.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Anna, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item that you are calling on?
Hi, I'm calling for a public comment, general public comment.
Your 1 minute starts now, please.
Hi, I'm born and raised in Torrance and remain a Torrance resident today, and I'm calling to demand justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's family, and that you fire the officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, who murdered him after encountering him in 15 seconds, and create a civilian oversight commission for the Torrance Police Department. You sit there week after week with your smug faces, Mayor Furry especially, being rude to callers who don't agree with everything that you've done. I'm not sure why you got into public service if all you wanted to hear were your praises. That's not what it's about. You're actually disrupting democracy by not listening to your constituents. And there's a lot of people out here, and I don't think they're going anywhere. I think that you've surely showed your colors over the past couple of years of your term as mayor as being a racist public official who refuses to listen to anyone. I'm outraged. I'm not going anywhere. And I don't think any of these people are either. I yield my time.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Sarah, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item that you're calling on?
Oral communication.
Your 1 minute starts now.
Hello, I know you guys miss my voice even though you hear it every goddamn week, but I'm fucking tired of your bullshit. And I'm going to say the same thing I say every week even though you guys don't listen, but I am standing in solidarity with the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell in West Side of LA, and we are demanding that you create a civilian oversight commission and fire Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez. Okay? It's very simple. We're not going to stop coming. You guys know that. Even if there's 10 of us, we're not going to stop coming. But it's not 10 of us because look outside. I know you guys are real fucking scared because the movement is stronger than you are, petty-ass Patrick. Okay? And you're bald and ugly, so keep the police, fuck Torrance, goodbye.
Mayor, that caller has disconnected herself, so I'll move on to the next caller. Yvette, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda items you're calling on?
General comment.
Your 1 minute starts now.
So I'm standing on behalf of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell for justice for him. I am demanding that you fire and prosecute the officers involved, Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, and to create a civilian oversight commission, not oversighted by you, but by a civilian oversight commission of the police department to review these cases and all police misconduct by the Torrance PD. I'm seriously wondering, I'm sure most of you are all religious and believe in a God, and how do you go to sleep at night praying to a God if you're not giving justice to the people on this earth? Why do you have this job? I'm seriously confused. If you're not here for the people, who are you here for? I yield my time.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Samantha H., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda items that you're calling on?
General comment.
Your 1 minute starts now.
Okay, I would like to say that there needs to be in civilian oversight to check up on police because it's really out of hand. They're killing people for no damn reason, and I have no time for it, seeing all this videotape footage of people dying on the streets. This is not okay. And I would like for Anthony Chavez and Matthew to be prosecuted and throw away the key. I don't need them here anymore. We don't need them here anymore. No one needs them here anymore. They need to be behind bars. It is not okay. I yield my time.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Jordan, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item that you're calling on?
I will be talking on the public comment.
Your 1 minute starts now, please.
Oh, I spoke already. So I just want to say that y'all are really, really ridiculous at how long you stringed us along. And ultimately, every time that we've asked for something, you've given it to us, right? You already gave us the names. It took you long enough. You gave us the video. Also took you long enough. So you know that you want us out of your hair. Why? Well, you don't really have hair, right, Fury? But you know you want us out of your area. So why don't you just give us what you're going to give us already? Because you have already told us everything that you need to tell us, right? So I don't even really want to talk to you. I just want to say, fuck Torrance. All of you should be ashamed of yourself. Also, what happened to the one token black guy you had on your council? I think he left, right? Because he probably didn't like that you guys didn't like black people? I don't know. Just a question.
Finally reelected.
Yeah. He was at a BLM.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Andrea, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you wish to speak on?
General comment.
Your 1 minute starts now.
I would just like to say I'm with the protesters right now outside of City Hall, and honestly, like, fuck you. Like, we want Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon fired. I don't understand why we're still, like, paying for their salaries and shit when they murdered an innocent black man. Also, because apparently you can't do your job, there should be a civilian oversight commission because the police can't be trusted here. And honestly, I'm, like, so disappointed. Aurelio Matucci, get off of Facebook. You're stupid. Pat Fury, you're bald, and I hate you.
Mayor, I believe that caller disconnected herself.
I believe so.
I'll move on to the next caller. Melina, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item that you are calling on?
General comment.
Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, that's me, and I'm fucking tired. I'm tired. I have to turn on my TV. Almost every day it feels like I'm seeing another innocent person get shot, especially in my hometown of Torrance. I'm calling here with the people of Black Lives Matter, and we demand that you fire Matthew Cannon and Anthony Chavez, and we need to create a civilian oversight commission. You want to know what my mother told me? My mother, who escaped a third world country, she looked around. She came here for a better life, and she told me, this is starting to look familiar. Abuse of power from the authority? I've been through that once. Is that really a city you want to live in? Do you really want our people to be scared? Do you really want our children to walk around not knowing whether or not they're going to go home at night? Do you really want our people to live in fear? Our justice system should not have blood on its hands. Our system is messed up, and you need to fix it. And if you stay silent, you side with the oppressor. If you stay silent, you let these issues pass by. We cannot. How many more black men is it going to take for them to die?
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Samantha Aldevar, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which item you wish to speak on?
General comment.
Your 1 minute starts now, please.
Hi, I would just like to demand that the Torrance City Council fire officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon and create a civilian oversight commission of the Torrance Police Department. You are our elected officials who are here to serve us. Yet, when your constituents continuously demand for change, you ignore us. There are a lot of people out here, and we will continue to demand change until justice is served. I yield my time.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor.
I do, yeah.
Janae, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item that you are calling on?
Under general comment.
Your 1 minute starts now, please.
Hi, so I demand that you guys create a civilian oversight commission of Torrance Police Department so that there is accountability over these officers, and they are no longer allowed to hurt the people of this city. I also demand that you fire the officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon for murdering Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Thank you. I yield my time.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor.
Betty,
you are now unmuted. Agenda item that you are calling on.
Hello, you guys. Go ahead.
Betty, can you please state the agenda item that you are calling on?
What is it? Just go ahead and take her. Just take her. Thank you.
Mayor, since no one was responding, I'll disconnect that caller. Byron, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item that you are calling on?
A general comment.
Your 1 minute starts now, please.
Hi, I am outside with a lot of people who are angry and upset, and I'm just surprised that y'all aren't embarrassed. How long has it been that people have been coming out here week after week demanding justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell? Like, what in the world? How long? Don't you feel embarrassed that there was a massive uprising going on all over the state, and y'all are still taking your sweet-ass time? What I'm calling for is that y'all fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Kincaid, and that there's a civilian oversight commission, because y'all are not doing your jobs and you are not taking care of the people. Y'all are racist. And anybody who thinks that there's a good cop, James Baldwin once said that cop's a cop, and maybe he is nice, but he hasn't ever got a chance to figure that out. Because y'all do not give a shit about the people or anyone that is here. There are so many people, and we will not stop coming week after week after week. So be prepared and just do the fucking simple thing. It's not hard. It's not hard.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Talia, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General comment.
Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm standing in front of City Hall in Torrance with hundreds of people, including the mother of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, who is only one of 600 people who has been murdered by police in LA County under District Attorney Jackie Lacey. I demand that the City Council fires and prosecutes Officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Kincaid. It is not only your duty as public servants elected by us, the people, who are standing in front of your building, but it is your duty as human beings. Your inaction makes you complicit in the systematic oppression of Black Americans. I will be here every single week until you do the right thing. The world is watching. Do not let us down again. Thank you. I yield my time.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Gina Viola, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Hi, I'm calling for general public comment.
Your 1 minute starts now.
So, here we are back in Torrance, and it's a peaceful group of people, and I can see at least 10 cop cars with their lights on, and I can see police inside City Hall in riot gear, ready to advance upon a peaceful group of protesters, including the mother of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, who this council has tortured for the last 18 months. Your inability to form an oversight committee is coming to an end. That is going to be a mandate on every police. Every city's going to have that. Just do it. Do it now. Torrance has had so much bad press. How much more bad press do you want? Your poor residents hide where they come from. They're so embarrassed. And it starts at the top here. I stand with Sister Sherilyn.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time is up. I'll move on to the next caller. Joe,
this will be the last caller at 7.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Joe, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Public comment. And am I the last caller, you said?
That's correct, and your 1 minute starts now.
First of all, Mayor Pat Fury, I want to say what a complete disservice it is that not only you limit our time, but I'm the last caller that you're allowing to speak today. First of all, I want to call for a citizen oversight committee, and I want the officers Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez fired for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. And how dare you have the nerve to tell people that they can't call in because they're not constituents of Torrance. They're not citizens of Torrance. None of that should even matter. You guys are all full of shit, and I am surprised a citizen of Torrance. I went to Fern, I went to Madrona, and I went to Torrance High, and I went to Bishop. So you're not getting rid of me. And Matucci, you're a piece of shit. Period. You're a piece of shit. And for you to say that graffiti is the result of absentee fathers, you literally are a racist piece of shit, and we're calling you out. So fuck all of you. Bye.
Mayor, that caller has disconnected herself. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our public comment this evening, and we move on with the agenda. As I shared at the beginning of the meeting, we will now be taking items 10A and 10B out of order. Both of these items are public hearings. If there are any members of the public who would like to speak under items 10A and or 10B, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.4E provides that speakers can only speak once per agenda item. Any speaker that attempts to speak a second time or any item will be disconnected. Comments that are not directly relevant to the agenda-sized hearing will also be disconnected pursuant to City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.5 and Section 6.7B3 and B4. Now is the time and place for a public hearing on agenda item 10A, recommendation of the City Manager and the Community Development Director that the City Council conduct a public hearing regarding the Development Impact Fees program. Adopt a finding that the actions required to update the DIF program are statutorily exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, pursuant to CEQA guidelines, Section 15273A4. Adopt ordinances amending the Torrance Municipal Code, TMC, to allow updates to the DIF program and establish community services, general services, and library facilities DIF programs. Adopt resolutions adopting facilities plans and establishing fees for undergrounding utilities, transportation, police, library, storm drain, sewer, community services, general services, and fire facilities, and approve ordinance summaries for publication. Has this matter been properly advertised?
Yes, Your Honor, it has.
Thank you. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening. Greg Loden with the Community Development Department. We do have a presentation for you tonight. I am joined on the line tonight by Danny Santana, Community Development Director, Kevin Joe, Planning Associates, and Kuda Wekwede of David Tausick and Associates. Tonight is the public hearing for the Development Impact Fee Update. A public hearing is needed in order to implement impact fees on new development in accordance with Government Code Section 66,000. This represents the next step in the process to bring current the city's development impact fees. These fees were established in 2005, and new fees were added in 2007. At that time, single-family residential development was exempted from paying a DIF fee. Since it has been so long since the DIF fee was updated, in 2019, staff embarked on the process to update the fees with the help of the firm David Tausick and Associates. On May 19, 2020, the City Council reviewed the proposed updated needs list as well as the updated DIF fee program. This program includes establishing a new program for funding of community services, general services, and library facilities. It was also explained that if single-family residential development continues to be exempted, then the city would be unable to assess DIF fees for ADUs that are over 750 square feet in size. Also noted was that the current fire department DIF fees are proposed to be retained as the items on the existing needs list are current and the program is adequate for fire department requirements. Next slide, please. On May 19th, the City Council reviewed staff's recommendation for updating the city's DIF program. Through the course of the discussion, a number of concepts were identified and were included in the Council's direction to staff. These points included the grandfathering of development applications that have been deemed to be complete. This will ensure that projects in the development process that have been deemed complete would not be subjected to a charge or to a change in the DIF fees during the course of their review process. A provision to grandfather these cases has been provided in the resolutions tonight. Secondly, City Council requested that the updated DIF fee program not take effect immediately in light of development uncertainty created by the COVID-19 situation and its economic impacts. The resolutions have been updated to take effect 120 days after their approval rather than 60 days. Council further directed staff to ensure that development agreements could continue to be utilized on individual projects, which could facilitate negotiated agreements providing greater amounts of funding than the DIF fee. The resolutions and ordinances allow for the continued use of development agreements as requested. City Council also requested that staff include a phase-in program so that the developments were not overburdened by an immediate increase to the full DIF fee amount. As such, staff has structured the program to require the payment of 70% of the DIF fee in the first year of implementation. In the third year, the payment would increase to 85% of the fee, and in year 5, the full payment of the fee would be required. Next slide, please. Another area that Council directed staff to explore was assessing DIF fees for commercial development based on the number of units constructed rather than by square footage. While staff reviewed this option, staff continues to recommend retaining the assessment based on square footage. The DIF fee study is based on square footage, and square footage is the method most commonly used to assess impacts of commercial development. Also, particularly in the case of office or retail development, the number of units may fluctuate over time. For example, large spaces may be subdivided over time, or smaller spaces may get combined to create the desired store or office suite size. Staff would also note that in the example of a mixed-use development, the commercial portion would be calculated based on square footage, while the residential area is assessed per unit. For these reasons, the resolutions continue to assess commercial fees based on square footage. Next slide, please. Lastly, Council requested that staff look at the potential to tier the development impact fee for multifamily residential development. The DIF study assessed the impacts of multifamily residential development. It takes into account that residential units vary in size. As a result, the fee determined by the fee study represents a blend of the varying intensities developed, and it is expressed as a per-unit fee. Staff continues to recommend calculating the fee on the per-unit basis. However, there are a few ways that a tier to the fee on multifamily residential could be established should the Council wish to consider it. Next slide, please. One option would be to tier the fee for multifamily residential, and it would include a reduced fees for smaller projects, such as a 50% fee, while medium-sized projects could be assessed at a 75% fee, and large projects could be assessed at 100% of the fee. This method could also be adjusted to differing recovery rates, such as 75% for small projects, 85% for medium projects, and 100% for large developments. This approach would provide some fee relief to small and medium projects, but would require full fees from both large developments and developments that add a new single-family unit. There's also a way to tier fees based on the density of a project by looking at the number of dwelling units per acre. Next slide, please. The number of dwelling units per acre is how the density of a project is measured. A development is designated as low density in the city's general plan when it measures between 9 and 18 units per acre. Medium density development is considered from 18.1 to 31 units per acre. Development is considered medium density at 31.1 to 44 units per acre, while high density is measured at 44 units per acre or more. The multifamily residential development fee could be collected at increasing percentages for developments with increasing intensity, such as 70% for low density, up to 100% for high density. This approach would account for the number of units being developed relative to the size of the lot. The Council may select one of these options to tier the multifamily fee. However, staff continues to recommend assessing the fee based on a per-unit approach, which results in a higher total fees for a project when more units are proposed. Next slide, please. There were two areas of consideration that we wanted to point towards the Council's direction. These include the concept of an exemption for affordable housing development, as well as a review of the city's open space corridor study. Next slide, please. The development of affordable housing can be very difficult in California, with factors such as land cost, the rigorous development process, and the gravity of development permitting fees being factored in. Providing an exemption to DIF for affordable housing can help make it more likely for a project to pencil out and be successfully developed. An affordable housing exemption can provide an incentive for affordable housing developers to work in an area, and it also signals a city's commitment to facilitate affordable housing development. For these reasons, staff has included a provision exempting units that are deed restricted as affordable for a minimum of 50 years. If a project were to contain both affordable and market rate units, the market rate units would still be subject to the DIF fee. Should Council wish to move forward to remove this portion, it could be done within the motion of the DIF program. Next slide, please. Lastly, staff wanted to provide highlights of the open space corridor study. This study was mentioned in the May 19th presentation, and the study looks at potential corridors for the creation of linear open space for things like walking trails and bike paths. There are a total of 7 potential corridors identified in the study, with the potential for up to 9.8 miles of linear open space. The creation of these corridors would further the general plan goals of providing additional open space and beautifying the community. Next slide, please. This slide highlights the corridors in the central part of the city. It includes both used and abandoned railroad spurs along Dominguez Way, behind properties along Maricopa, and along Sartori, as well as Border Avenue. It also includes a former right-of-way property at the end of Madrona Avenue. These areas are relatively straightforward to convert to open space, and they are located such that they provide significant connections between important locations in the city, such as the Civic Center, the Future Transit Center, and downtown Torrance, as well as the Madrona Marsh. The estimated costs to convert these areas to functional open space are estimated at $17.9 million. This would include costs such as acquisition of land, conversion of the property to usable open space, and the development of paths and trails, etc. Subsequent to the May 19th council meeting, staff reviewed the community services DIF and determined that the open space corridors had been left out of the calculations. These costs are included tonight in the revised community services DIF presented in your item tonight. Next slide, please. There are other areas in the corridor study that have not been included in the DIF, that have been included in the DIF study, but a fee is not being proposed to be assessed for them. These include properties along the Edison Rights-of-Way in North Torrance and the Hallison easement area. The costs for these areas have not been included in the DIF since the estimated cost for the conversion to usable open space is considerable at nearly $272 million. The Edison right-of-way is in flux right now due to efforts in Redondo Beach to close the power plant and convert it to other land uses. The conversion of these areas to open space is much more complex, and the planning process will be significantly longer. The costs of converting these areas would also result in a significantly higher community services DIF fee. For these reasons, staff is proposing not to collect fees for this portion of the open space study. This can be revisited in the future when it is time to update the needs list. Next slide, please. As noted, the open space corridors were inadvertently left off the prior DIF fee calculation, This slide shows that the resulting cost adds between $12 and $30 per square foot of commercial development and between $254 to $267 per unit for residential uses. Revised total fees are shown by land use with rates ranging from $3,944 to $14,651 per square foot of commercial development and $8,449 for additional single-family unit development and $7,558 per unit of multifamily housing. Next slide, please. At this time, staff recommends that the City Council adopt CEQA findings that the actions required to update the DIF program do not constitute a project under CEQA pursuant to Section 15378B4 and are statutorily exempt pursuant to Section 15273A4. Staff also recommends that the City Council adopt ordinances amending Torrance Municipal Code to update the existing DIF program and establish the community services, general services, and library facilities DIF fees, and provide direction concerning whether to tier fees for multifamily residential, to retain the affordable housing exemption, and to include the open space corridor study in the community services DIF programs. Next slide, please. We further recommend that City Council adopt resolutions adopting facilities plans and establishing fees for undergrounding utilities, transportation, storm drain, sewer, police, fire, community services, general services, and library facilities. And lastly, to approve an ordinance summary for publication. Next slide, please. This concludes staff's presentation. In closing, staff would like to thank the City Attorney's Office for their help in completing this item. The number of resolutions and ordinances was daunting, but with the help of their office, we were able to complete the item for tonight. We are available for questions, and we thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Ludden. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. To the call center, has anyone called in on item 10A?
Hi, Mayor. No, there are no callers on the line for item 10A.
Okay.
Hi, this is Jay. I'm the applicant on the 10B project.
Okay. Yes, sir. Do you wish to speak on 10A?
Mayor, I believe he's calling in for 10B.
Okay. Is there a question from the council? Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want clarification. I should have emailed you earlier, but it was a very busy weekend of reading. But just a clarification on the actual fees. If we can actually make it maybe just a quick comparison to what we have now versus what's being proposed. And I would like to make a comparison of a 50,000 square foot general commercial building. So based on the fees now, 50,000, if we do is it a per 1,000 square feet fee that's being charged right now, and what that fee is?
It is a per 1,000 square foot fee, and we're doing some quick calculations right now.
Because what I'm getting right now is like for a 50,000 square foot building, which is pretty common for a general shopping, like a shopping center type of setting. Would that fall under general commercial or the 12,501 per 1,000 square feet?
It would really depend on the underlying zoning of the property.
Okay.
And
so if it's for instance, if it's 50,000 square feet at $14,651, my calculation shows $732,000 in DIF these DIF fees. on a new
yes,
development.
we $316,000 as well for the general commercial DIF fee for the existing program.
Okay, so what we have now is 316.
316,000, correct?
Okay, and so what we're proposing right now is more than doubling those.
It would be at the rate of 728,000 approximately for the new fee.
Okay, and as far as heavy industrial, for let's say a factory that wants to move their company here and build their own building, say another 50,000 square feet. My calculation, it comes out to $419,000 for 50,000 square feet of building just in this fees. And I'm curious to see what the current ones are for industrial, heavy industrial.
Okay, what we calculate for existing would be 83,000 and change for the existing program.
Okay, and from 83,000, we're suggesting 419,000. What I'm trying to get at, and I know the comparison last time we talked about this, the comparison was being made to Los Angeles and whatever, Santa Monica, other cities, and I always feel reluctant to compare to other cities because we're Torrance, and we don't need to necessarily always gauge ourselves to what other cities are doing. If we're a third of the price of Los Angeles, that's a good thing. That's what's called being an attractive city to possibly come and invest here. My concern that I see with what's being proposed that it's a huge jump, and I know we talked about possibly extending the time frame, but this is more of a sticker shock for a developer to come here. And again, they can compare to Los Angeles all day long, but we're not Los Angeles, we're Torrance, and I just feel that we're being very, very, very excessive on the increases. And I know there's a lot of thought process that goes behind this, and we compare ourselves, but I really do hope that we take a really closer look on what's being proposed. I'm also highly against charging for single-family residents. I think there's already enough cost to build a home. So for somebody that wants to buy an old house, and some people refer to Torrance as the 1950s fixer-upper, and I agree. There's a lot of beautiful but older homes. A lot of them are probably should be fixed up or torn down and rebuilt. But with these new fees, that may not happen for a lot of families, and I really do think we need to keep single-family residents out of the mix, out of these fees, because most people that build their home, they build it to live in it. Of course, there's that argument, maybe there's speculators and people that want to build it and flip it, but we have to take it as it comes, because no matter who builds it, a family is going to eventually buy it, a family is going to eventually move in, and if we're adding a massive amount of cost to building a 3,000 square foot home, I don't think that's beneficial for Torrance or the families that want to move here or possibly rebuild their home. So I'd be in favor of anything that has lower numbers than this. I've talked to a few people in town that have these types of projects, and they looked at the chart and said it's very excessive. The jump is huge. It's already difficult enough to get things built, and really, who's going to pay for this is the end user, because the developer is going to pass on the cost to the investor is going to pass it on to the tenant, and the tenant is going to pass it on to the end user, the customer. So, we need to be careful with this, and I understand we need to update this, but me personally, single-family residents, completely out, even if it costs us having the ADUs not having fees, then so be it. We need to protect the residents. As far as the commercial and the per unit cost, I think it's outrageous what we're proposing. I really do hope we go back to the table and the drawing board and revise these figures. But I'm happy to hear what everybody else has to say. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Loden, I really believe we went down this road last month on the 19th of May. A remodel of a single-family home, is there a development impact fee?
Remodels or reconstruction would be exempt. The only time a fee would be triggered for a single family is if an additional dwelling unit is created. So a common example of that would be if someone buys a very large lot and are able to do a subdivision of that property and a new single family is added to that second or third lot, then those additional units would be subject to the single family development impact fee.
Yeah, it's for new development. It's not for old development. It's for new development. And that's to offset the cost of all the infrastructure as well as all the services that the city provides in a build-out city that was paid for by the 58,000 dwelling units we have now, or all the businesses that are here now who have already paid their fair share. So what we're trying to do is take the money up front from a developer who wants to come to the city of Torrance and develop a piece of property, whether it's an ADU, without a development impact fee, anybody can come in and then you would tell me that they can build as many ADUs or at least 2 ADUs on their property if it's large enough, right? Great. Mr. Loden?
Yes, currently a person would be able to construct a junior ADU as well as a full ADU on any R1 property. If those were, if one of those were over the 750-foot mark and we had a diff fee in place, we would be able to assess a diff for that larger ADU.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council? Councilmember Matucci wants to speak again, but does anybody else have anything? Seeing none, it's you, Mr. Matucci.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. So this, so that last remark about the ADU, if this goes through as planned or as presented, that ADU would cost $8,449 just in a diff fee. Is that correct?
Councilman, this is Danny Santana, Community Development Director. It could be up to that amount, but it would have to be proportional based on the square feet. So an ADU that is more akin to around 1,200 square feet in size, it would be assessed the full amount. If it's only 800 square feet, it would be proportional to the square footage that's proposed. But an ADU diff fee could not be assessed if the diff fee isn't in place for new single-family development.
Okay, and when I say, you know, when I think new, I think somebody that buys a home, scrapes it, and builds a new one on top, and it, you know, it's for their family. They're doing it for their family. So in this case, they would pay the maximum eight. Mm-hmm.
In that scenario, it would not be assessed. A diff fee would not be collected in that scenario. It would only be if they demo the existing home and build 2 new homes. Only the second home would be assessed the diff fee.
Okay, but what's being proposed right now is a single family. That's above and beyond the single family, that one house that's on the lot.
That's correct, sir. Above and beyond the existing number of units that exist on the parcel.
Okay.
Brand new construction.
I still think the
brand
jump
new construction.
On brand new construction. I get it. Okay. I just still think the fees are excessive, but thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? See no one? Is there anybody on the call center who called in?
Hi, Mayor. No, I don't see any callers on the line for item 10A.
Okay, then this time, I guess I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
Mayor, I had one more comment I'd like to add.
Goodrich. That's what I was asking for. You need it before or after the public hearing is closed? We close the public hearing, that ends, and then it's just our discussion.
I understand. Councilmember, go ahead and close the public hearing.
Councilmember Goodrich? made a motion? You have to say it verbally. I didn't hear it.
Oh, okay. I don't know what's wrong. For the third time, I move to close the public hearing.
Okay. There's Councilmember Griffin.
I'll second that.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
All right. Now, Councilmember Griffith, you had some comments.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify with staff, if we do go ahead and approve these fees, and even though we've had no feedback at all from the public tonight, if the public ultimately, the developers come back and say, your fees are just too high, and we can't afford to develop in Torrance, and we're going to take all our business to some other city, we can always review our fees and change them at any time and modify our ordinance. Is that correct, staff?
Councilman Danny Santana again. Yes, that's correct.
Great. And then you and I spoke today, and I appreciate all the help that you've given me to try to help me understand this complex process. But in looking at the needs list in our city, we have close to $1 billion worth of needs that have been identified by our various departments. And obviously, if people look at these lists, I think there's a lot of things on there we'd all like to see, and somehow we need to find a way to help finance those. And I think that DIF fees are a great way to do that. One thing I would request, and obviously with the concurrence of my councilors are going to be included into the motion, is that we get an annual report on the DIF fee collection by the category, and also where any DIF fees were spent and allocated towards our needs list, so that we can better see what we're collecting and what we're using it for. And that's something I would like to see included in any proposal to move forward.
That sounds like a fair request.
On an annual basis.
Anybody? Yeah, I think we should have that information of how much money comes in and how that money gets spent, because we do have this high bar of projects that are requested, and we should see prioritize where they go to as well. Was there another question? I thought someone from council. No. Okay, if there's no other questions from council, does the council wish to take action? And specifically, I guess I need, at this point, two motions, one for the ordinances and one for the resolutions. City Clerk, may we have all the ordinance numbers and titles, please? And then I'll ask to take one motion to adopt the ordinance numbers 3872 through 3880 and approve ordinance summaries for publication. That makes sense?
Thank you, Your Honor. The first ordinance is ordinance number 3872, an ordinance of the City of Torrance, California, adopting a Community Services Facilities Impact Fees Program and adding a new Article 7 to Chapter 9 of Division 2 of the Torrance Municipal Code. The next ordinance is ordinance number 3873, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, adopting a Fire Facilities Impact Fees Program and amending Article 5 of Chapter 9 of Division 2 of the Torrance Municipal Code. The next ordinance is ordinance number 3874, an ordinance of the City of Torrance, California, adopting a General Services Facilities Impact Fees Program and adding a new Article 8 to Chapter 9 of Division 2 of the Torrance Municipal Code. The next is ordinance 3875, an ordinance of the City of Torrance, California, adopting a Library Facilities Impact Fees Program and adding a new Article 9 to Chapter 9 of Division 2 of the Torrance Municipal Code. The next is Ordinance 3876, an ordinance of the City of Torrance, California, adopting a Police Facilities Impact Fees Program and amending Article 6 of Chapter 9 of Division 2 of the Torrance Municipal Code. The next is Ordinance 3877, an ordinance of the City of Torrance, California, adopting a Sewer Facilities Impact Fees Program and amending Article 4 of Chapter 9 of Division 2 of the Torrance Municipal Code. The next is Ordinance 3878, an ordinance of the City of Torrance, California, adopting a Storm Drain Facilities Impact Fees Program and amending Article 3 of Chapter 9 of Division 2 of the Torrance Municipal Code. The next ordinance is Ordinance number 3879, an ordinance of the City of Torrance, California, adopting a Transportation Facilities Impact Fees Program and amending Article 1 of Chapter 9 of Division 2 of the Torrance Municipal Code. And the last ordinance is Ordinance number 3880, an ordinance of the City of Torrance, California, adopting a Utility Undergrounding Facilities Impact Fees Program and amending Article 2 of Chapter 9 of Division 2 of the Torrance Municipal Code.
Okay,
Councilmember Goodrich. The recommendation of the City Manager and Community Development Director and adopt ordinances 3872 through 3880.
And should we do the resolutions at the same time, Madam Clerk, or should we just do the ordinances first?
We could do the resolutions as well if you want, Your Honor. Would you like me to?
Okay. Well, we have a motion right now, so he wants to do the motion on the ordinances, and
okay,
that would, I guess, encompass the ordinance summaries for publication.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Need a second?
I'll second. Councilmember Ashcraft.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes, with the annual reporting.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
No.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
That motion carried with Councilmember Matucci voting no.
Thank you. Now I need the number and title on the resolutions.
Yes, Your Honor. The first is Resolution number 2020-61, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, adopting the Community Services Facilities Plan and the Community Services Facilities Impact Fees as authorized by Article 7 of Chapter 9 of Part 1 of Division 2 of the Torrance Municipal Code. The next resolution is Resolution number 2020-62, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, adopting the Fire Facilities Plan and the Fire Facilities Impact Fees as authorized by Article 5 of Chapter 9 of Part 1 of Division 2 of the Torrance Municipal Code. The next is Resolution number 2020-63, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, adopting the General Services Facilities Plan and the General Services Facilities Impact Fees as authorized by Article 8 of Chapter 9 of Part 1 of Division 2 of the Torrance Municipal Code. The next is Resolution number 2020-64, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, adopting the Library Facilities Plan and the Library Facilities Impact Fees as authorized by Article 9 of Chapter 9 of Part 1 of Division 2 of the Torrance Municipal Code. The next is Resolution number 2020-65, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, adopting the Police Facilities Plan and the Police Facilities Impact Fees as authorized by Article 6 of Chapter 9 of Part 1 of Division 2 of the Torrance Municipal Code. The next is Resolution number 2020-66, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, adopting the Sewer Facilities Plan and the Sewer Facilities Impact Fees as authorized by Article 4 of Chapter 9 of Part 1 of Division 2 of the Torrance Municipal Code. The next is Resolution number 2020-67, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, adopting the Storm Drain Facilities Plan and the Storm Drain Facility Impact Fees as authorized by Article Chapter 9 of Part 1 of Division 2 of the Torrance Municipal Code. The next is Resolution Number 2020-68, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, adopting the Transportation Facilities Plan and the Transportation Facilities Impact Fees as authorized by Article 1 of Chapter 9 of Part 1 of Division 2 of the Torrance Municipal Code. And the last, Your Honor, is Resolution Number 2020-69, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, adopting the Utility Undergrounding Facilities Plan and establishing Utility Undergrounding Facilities Impact Fees as authorized by Article 2 of Chapter 9 of Part 1 of Division 2 of the Torrance Municipal.
Councilmember Goodrich moves to adopt Resolution 2021 through 2020-69.
I second. Councilwoman Ashcraft?
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
No.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matucci voting no.
Okay. Okay, now we move on to item 10B, as in Bravo. Now is the time and place for a public hearing on agenda item 10B, a recommendation of the Planning Commission that the City Council deny the appeal and deny a conditional use permit to allow a 48-unit townhome development that involves new construction of multiple ownership residential structures, buildings that are more than 2 stories in height, and development that exceeds a 0.6 to 1.0 floor area ratio in conjunction with a conditional use permit to allow an existing church use, a waiver of the building height limit for an existing church sanctuary, a tentative tract map for condominium merger and re-subdivision purposes, and a zone change from the A1 R2 zone light agricultural district, 2-family residential district, to the R3 zone limited multiple family residential district on property located in the A1 R2 zone at 2706 182nd Street. And a recommendation of the Community Development Director that a City Council uphold the appeal and approve a conditional use permit to allow a 48-unit townhome development that involves new construction of multiple ownership residential structures, buildings that are more than 2 stories in height, and development that exceeds a 0.6 to a 1.0 floor area ratio in conjunction with a conditional use permit to allow an existing church use, a waiver of the building height limit for an existing church sanctuary, a tentative tract map for condominium merger and re-subdivision purposes, and a zone change from the A1 R2 zone light agricultural district, 2-family residential district, to the R3 zone limited multiple family residential district on property located in the A1 R2 zone at 2706 182nd Street. Has this matter been properly advertised?
Yes, Your Honor, it has.
Councilwoman Ashcraft, I believe you have a statement, and Councilwoman Kalani as well, before we get started. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. I will be recusing myself from agenda item 10B due to a business association with Buckner Superior, a division of Storm Industries. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani. You're still on mute.
Thank you again, Mayor. Well, I do not have a financial conflict of interest after consulting with the city attorney and due to my ongoing business relationships with members of Storm Properties. I'll be recusing myself as well from this item. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we get started, I wanted to give my disclaimer that I met with the applicant, Storm Properties, probably about a year and a half ago. It was the first time I met with them, and reviewed the project, or at least a conceptual project that they had at that time. And then I met with them via a Zoom meeting with themselves, as well as the pastor of the church that owns the property. And I've not met with any of the community members in the area, but I will base my decision tonight on the information and provided in the staff presentation, as well as all the evidence that was put forward in the Planning Commission, and all the testimony therein, and any testimony that we receive here. And that's what I will make my decision based upon. Anybody else? Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I, too, want to share that I have met with the appellant and Storm Properties roughly 2 weeks ago via video conference, but I will be making my decisions based on the information discussed tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I as well have joined a Zoom meeting with a presentation of this project with the applicant, and I also will be making my decision tonight based on the information that's presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I, too, have participated in a virtual video conference with the developer in the last couple of weeks, as well as I visited the property, and those in conjunction with the information that I hear tonight will be the basis of my decision. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Goodrich.
Thanks, Mayor. I also just wanted to disclose that I met electronically over video with the applicants. Thank you.
Thank you. Now that we got the disclaimers out, is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor. Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, good evening. I'm Oscar Martinez with the Community Development Department. I have a presentation that covers the materials contained in your agenda item tonight. Slide, please. The subject property is located on the south side of 182nd Street between Van Ness and Crenshaw Boulevard. This map represents the general plan land use designations. The subject property is shown in green color. The subject property is designated medium-density residential, which allows townhomes and low-rise multi-unit buildings within a density range of 18.1 to 31 dwelling units per acre, and is implemented by the zoning designations of R3, RR3, R33, RP, PD, and the HBCSP zone. Properties shown in light yellow are designated as low-density residential. Properties shown in yellow are designated as property in light yellow are designated as low-density residential. Properties in yellow are designated low-medium density residential. Properties shown in light orange are designated as medium-density residential. Properties shown in orange are designated as medium-high density residential. And properties shown in red are designated as commercial center. Properties in purple are designated as heavy industrial and are located on the south side of the 405 freeway. And properties shown in gray are designated as public, quasi-public, and open space designation. Slide, please. This map represents the existing zoning designations. Again, the subject property is shown in green. The existing property is zoned A1-R2, two-family residential zoning, which is inconsistent with the general plan land use designation, and the applicant is requesting to rezone the property into R3 to be consistent with the general plan designation. Properties that are shown in light yellow are zoned R1, single-family residential. Properties in yellow are zoned R2, two-family residential. Properties in orange are zoned R3, limited multifamily residential. Properties in light orange are RP, which is residential professional. Properties in red are zoned C3, solely commercial district. Properties in dark blue are zoned M2, heavy manufacturing district. And properties shown in gray are zoned PU, public use district. The subject property measures 3.7 acres in area and is currently developed with a church sanctuary, with a chapel and associated office and preschool facilities and rear parking area and wireless communication monopole. The abutting property to the north is a preschool and a two-story office building, and further north across 182nd Street are 1- and 2-story single-family residences. To the east is the Torrance Adult School Hamilton Center, and to the west are 2-story multifamily apartment buildings. Interstate 405 is located to the south with the on-off ramp to the west. Slide, please. This slide represents the site plan of the proposed development. The proposed project involves construction of a new 48-unit townhome development consisting of 9 townhome buildings in conjunction with the demolition of the chapel and rear office and preschool facility associated with the existing church use to accommodate the proposed townhome development, a parcel merger and re-subdivision for condominium purposes. The existing church sanctuary and driveway access will be maintained along the frontage of 182nd Street, with the new townhome development and parking and open spaces located to the rear. The proposed development subdivides the existing parcel into 2 lots, with Lot 1 containing the existing church sanctuary and proposed rear parking area, and Lot 2 contains the proposed townhome development. Lot 1 measures 40,090 square feet in area and will again maintain the existing church area with related parking. Lot 2 measures 121,710 square feet in the area, which can allow up to 76 units based on the R3 zoning designation. The proposed townhome development includes 43 bedroom units, each measuring 1,725 square feet, and 8 4-bedroom units, each measuring 2,257 square feet, which totals 87,056 square feet of living area, not including the garage areas. The resulting FAR for Lot 2 is 0.72. Combined, the floor area for Lot 1 and Lot 2 is 97,254 square feet, which results in a 0.6 FAR when you average the two together. In evaluating the scale of the proposed development, the FAR provides a basis for comparing the townhomes and development to that of developments with the surrounding area, and using that information as a measure with determining whether the townhome development is appropriate for the area. Within the vicinity, there are several multifamily residences along 182nd Street that exceed the 0.6 FAR range, and they range between 0.55 to 0.64 in FAR. Provided the existing multifamily residences in the area that exceed a 0.6 FAR, the surplus amount of common open space provided within the proposed development, staff determines that the 0.72 FAR is considered appropriate. Slide, please. These are the front and rear elevations of the proposed development. The townhome development is 3 stories and measures 35 feet in height, and features a contemporary Spanish architectural style with arcade entryways, wrought ironwork, cantilevered balconies, and clay tile shingles. All 48 units share a similar floor plan design, and they are located above a 3-car garage. Slide, please. The following photographs of the subject property were taken by staff and are represented by the arrows with points of view. Slide, please. This is looking south at the subject property across 182nd Street. Slide, please. This is looking northwest at the subject property from the rear property line along Interstate 405. Slide, please. And this is looking northeast at the subject property from the southwest corner. Slide, please. The Planning Commission heard the subject request on February 4th, 2020. At that meeting, the applicants discussed the proposal, which is followed by public comments. Members of the public commented on the proposal with concerns that the proposed number of units may further contribute to existing traffic concerns in the vicinity and the project site due to existing traffic volumes. The applicant responded with concerns to the concerns made during the public comments and questions from the Commission. The Planning Commission discussed the request, and a motion for denial was passed by a roll call vote of 4-3. Staff notes that following the Planning Commission meeting, the applicant, in consultation with the Torrance Public Works Department, conducted further evaluation of the potential traffic impacts associated with the proposed development, and is provided as Attachment M. The traffic evaluation reaffirmed that the proposed development would not result in significant traffic impacts, and therefore no additional traffic conditions were required. That concludes staff's presentation and is available for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions of staff before we hear from the appellant? I see none. So now the call center, the appellant is on the line?
Yes, we are.
Yes, he is.
Is Pastor Dale on the line?
The rules
Can you confirm that? Yes, yes. All right, thank you.
Okay, we are, first of all, the appellant has the opportunity to give us 10 minutes of why the appeal should be granted. Then after those 10 minutes are up, then we will hear public comment from anybody else who has called in. And then if necessary, when over, then the appellant will then get 5 minutes time to rebuttal or to clear up some of the explanations that may be needed on that. So do we have the game plan down?
Yes, we'll try our best to finish in 10 minutes.
Okay. Well, then let's get started.
Can we get the slide, please? Yeah, thank you, Honorable Mayor, council members, and city staff. I'd like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to present our project as part of this appeal. My name is Jay Aluwalia, and I'm the president of Storm Properties. I also have Pastor Dale with Christ the King Lutheran Church presenting with me. Next slide, please. We are a family-owned business based locally here in Torrance. We've had 4 generations of residents of Torrance, so we've been here since the early 1950s. We are also located right here at the intersection of Normandy and Sepulveda, so we have numerous employees who live in the city of Torrance. So we consider ourselves as Torrance as our hometown. So we've been part of this community over here for about 70-plus years. Next slide, please. I'll have Pastor Dale give you a little bit more background on the church itself.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. The Christ the King Lutheran Church has been part of the North Torrance community since 1956. I have been pastor at Christ the King Lutheran Church for 31 years. It is really essential for this project to be approved for our church to continue our ministry not only to our existing members, but also to the community. But we're not asking for the approval of this project simply for our immediate present. We also need to have the funds to redevelop our ministry for the future and to continue to serve the community of North Torrance for many, many years to come.
Thank you, Pastor Dale. So about 2 years ago, when we first met with Pastor Dale and the church board, they were looking to sell the whole property and move to a different location. So Storm, being a local developer and invested into the community, we worked with Pastor Dale and the church to try to keep them at the current location, and like Pastor Dale said, allow them to be able to serve the community that they have been part of for 60-plus years. Next slide, please. As Oscar presented, the current land zoning meets the city's plan of the general land use, and all we are requesting is the current zoning to be changed to R3 so it's consistent with the land use plan as envisioned by the city. Next slide, please. We spent a lot of time on this project with the church and the city staff on the planning. Some of the features we think that really help justify the project is, number one, is it preserves the church that has been part of the community since 1957. And as you can see, the church stays in the front with its 40 parking spots, and then we have the townhomes in the back with its own separate lot being created. Next slide, please. We also think the proposed project is very compatible with the neighborhood as presented by the city. Number one, it maintains the existing streetscape, so the neighbors will continue to see what they have seen for 60-plus years as they drive on 182nd Street. The homes are kind of 250 feet at the back of the project and are not visible from the front of the street itself. Next slide, please. And lastly, the quality of the community. These are for-sale townhomes. They are not apartments. So these are buyers who are very invested into the community and are going to look forward to become longtime residents of Torrance, as we see it very commonly in Torrance. It's a very walkable, it's a very green community. It has multiple parks, a park in the front, a park in the back, and there's other green spaces. We designed the homes, the 48 homes, to be larger, and that's kind of the request for the FAR. The 48 larger homes allow them to be more family-oriented. It gives a space for the families to come and grow as they have kids and gives them the ability to have an extra bedroom that typically may not be available if we kind of stayed within the confinements of the FAR. We have designed 48 larger homes versus the 76 homes which could be permitted by the zoning code. So our vision is to add long-time residents to the property, to the neighborhood, who are very invested and kind of are proud of the community that they are part of. Next slide, please. So going over the attributes, the land use, like there's no change requested. From an open space perspective, with the multiple parks, we are exceeding the open space requirements for the city by 17%. From a density perspective, 76 units could be built at 31 DU. We are actually building a little bit below 18 at 17 DU for 48 units. And like we said, these are more family-oriented units. We're building less than the density allowed. The church has 39 spots, which are in excess of the 28 that would be required by code. So there's excess parking provided for the church. As well as the townhome, we have 154 spaces between the 3-car garages in the townhome, as well as the guest parking spots. On the FAR, overall for the project, we meet the code of 0.6. The CUP we are requesting on the townhomes, again, is the ability to provide 3-story product that is lot livable, very family-oriented, and it's not any more dense than it would be had it been 0.6 FAR. It's just the additional bedroom that provides the additional square footage for the residents or for the owners to have in the long term. Next slide, please. As being a local family developer, we try to reach out to the neighbors as soon as we start the project. We met with the North Torrance Neighborhood Association Board earlier in October of 2019. We've been working with the city quite a bit before that to kind of develop a design of the product, of the project that kind of meets the needs of everybody. The North Torrance Neighborhood Association shared the project with its members in February. We had a neighborhood meeting planned for February 16th. Unfortunately, due to COVID, we had to cancel it. The COVID lockdown started March 13th, so we had to cancel the March 16th meeting. In its place, what we did do it is we sent out letters to the 76 neighbors within the 500-foot radius, showing them the site plan and the elevations and our contact information to reach out to us. Based on some of the feedback, what we also did was we held another neighborhood meeting last week, our first digital meeting, kind of like our first digital presentation over here, with the neighbors last Thursday, and that was very successful. And one of the concerns was the guest parking. So what we are going to do is modify our plan on the parking area along the park in the front and add 2 more parking spots. So we should be able to increase the guest parking spots instead of 10, which is required, which are provided. We'll be able to increase it to 12 spots. So we're taking the feedback and kind of responding that with a modified site plan. Next slide, please. Like presented by Oscar, when we went to the Planning Commission, there were a couple of concerns that came out during the public hearing. The number one was traffic. As you know, the single for-sale residential project is the least impactful, the most traffic-friendly project that could be developed on any site. What we had done prior to Planning Commission was we had met with the City of Torrance Traffic Engineering and Public Works Departments, and for the city guidelines, did a traffic generation study which showed no further traffic evaluation was required. Based on the feedback and after the Planning Commission, we went back to collect some more data. Next slide, please. And again, we met with the Traffic Engineering Department and Public Works Department. We took a traffic count in front of our project on March 5th, which was pre-COVID. We hired a third-party traffic engineer who's also available if you have any questions later on to do an analysis of the traffic. And we, based on the recommendation from the city, we did at 4 intersections. So we did it at 182nd and Crenshaw and Van Ness and Crenshaw and 405 to the west in front of our project, 182nd and the project, and then 182nd and Van Ness to the east. And again, what the traffic evaluation came back was there was less than significant impact on any of those intersections, and hence no mitigation was required. Next slide, please. The other concern that had also been raised during the Planning Commission was Little League parking in Hamilton School. I'll let Pastor Dale give you a little bit of history about the parking situation here.
During my tenure as pastor at Christ the King, we have been committed to being a good neighbor. For many years, we have had a positive
Mayor,
relationship
and I'm sorry for
with the North
interrupting,
Torrance
but
Little League.
for awareness, that's the 10-minute mark.
Hello?
Yeah, Mayor,
that
for awareness, Mayor, that's the 10-minute mark, so please let us know how you'd like to proceed. Thank you.
We have one more slide left, Mayor.
Mayor, I believe you're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. No wonder you weren't listening to me. Yes, go ahead. We'll let them conclude this presentation. We're close to the end.
Okay.
Yes, thank
so
you.
We've been a good. We have tried to be a good neighbor. We've had a great relationship with the North Torrance Little League. Many of the families in our congregation, including my daughter, have had their children in the North Torrance Little League. And during the weekday afternoons and evenings, as well as Saturdays, we have allowed families and friends in the Little League to park in a designated area into the league. They respected the parking was suspended because of special services like weddings and funerals. And we do know that it will be an adjustment to no longer have access to the parking. But there is ample parking at Hamilton. And again, we need this project to be approved, or we do not continue as a church, and then the parking would go away anyway.
Thank you, Pastor Dale. So again, as you can see, there's plenty of existing parking on the Hamilton School District location itself. So next slide, please. So last slide, so I appreciate the extra time. In conclusion, we believe this project kind of creates a win-win-win situation. It's a win in the sense it preserves the church that is being part of the community for 60-plus years and can continue to be part of the community. It's a win for the neighborhood in the sense that the streetscape on 182nd really doesn't change, and they will continue to enjoy the view that they have seen for past 60 years. And win from the city's perspective in the sense that it adds family-oriented, for-sale housing products at substantially lower density that the city is really in need of as the city of Torrance continues to grow. So we respectfully request City Council to uphold the appeal and the recommendations of the Community Development Director. And again, Pastor Dale and myself are here to answer any questions, and thank you for the extra time.
Oops. Thank you. And now I'll ask my colleagues on the council, do we have any questions for the appellant? Councilmember Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. One question I have at the moment is on the existing church property that would be remaining under this proposal. Are there any specific exterior enhancements planned for that, the church building? Let's to the appellant.
Well, we do. Jay, do you want to take that, or?
No, go ahead, Pastor Dale.
Okay, the changes that we are planning on are more in the interior rather than on the outside. We do have some delayed maintenance that we want to take care of, and there are some issues with the roof But in terms of anything cosmetic on the outside, we are not planning anything at this time.
Okay, thank you.
As part of the condition, there's a re-landscaping that needs to be done along the frontage of 182nd. So there will be some improvements from that perspective, that the landscaping along 182nd will be improved from its current state.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the council? I see no one raising their hand. So to the call center, do we have anybody who's called on item 10B?
Hi, Mayor. Yes, at this time it looks like we have 7 callers on the line for item 10B.
Okay, they should each get 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I'll begin to patch them in. Richard Domica, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Thank you. Hi, my name is Richard D'Amico. I live in the area on 179th. I'm not within the 500 feet because most of the radius of 500 feet is freeway and heavy industry. So I didn't get a letter. I didn't participate in any of those things. What came down to the council when it was first, when it was 4-3 denial of for the project, spoke against it because of the traffic congestion. I've lived in Torrance all of my 68 years, North Torrance most of it, and spent 25 years coming back on the 405 freeway and trying to spend probably 4 or 5 signals to get off the freeway, just to get off, to come home every night. And that starts at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, early time, and it goes until 5:30. You can go on Google Maps and look. Instead of doing a one-day traffic study on March 5th, you can go on Google Maps and look at the time of use traffic, and it's completely red from 2:20 in the afternoon till past 6 o'clock at night, every single day of the week, even Saturdays and Sundays now. And with COVID, it's not like that, but that's the normal. And that's just the on-off for 182nd. Within that area, I sent an email with a map of every congestion point that's in the area. There's 52 places that you can turn right or left within 500 feet of that driveway. The driveway that people are going to try and turn left out of and go to the off-ramp or on-ramp or turn right out of. And I cannot believe that no mitigation is necessary for the fact that there's going to be 150 cars maybe twice a day going in and out, and possibly, of course, guests. And then there's a preschool there and the adult school and all the other things that are going on in the area, not to mention multiple baseball and softball practices. There's a lot of traffic on that street, and that's my main complaint. Is that I think it's public safety, and it's already that little section right there of Torrance is the most highly congested corner of the city. And to say, oh, we're going to just no traffic is required because of a March 5th study. I'd just love to have seen what they have. I have so much video of me trying to walk across the street on the light, and I almost got run over when I was filming it. It would have been hilarious if she'd have hit me. That's all I would have thought. Like, this is great. I'm trying to know there's traffic in the area, and I get run over. But other than that, the other thing that really, I do appreciate the fact that they've tried to add some guest parking and deal with that. But with 3-car garages, what people do is they drop.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his 3 minutes were up. And Mayor, the call center is asking for clarification. Were the callers capped at 7 callers?
No, we can take, as long as they're calling on relevant things. If there's somebody who calls in and they're just calling in, then we're just going to cut them off. But people are calling in with relevant testimony. I think it's incumbent upon us to take that information.
Great, thank you. I'll move on to the next caller. Kelsey, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yes, good evening, Mayor Fury and council members. My name is Kelsey Boffman, and I am the current congregational president of Christ the King Lutheran Church. Christ the King has been in existence since 1956, and I have been a member for 60 years. Christ the King has been an important part of the North Torrance community, not only as a place of worship, but also providing a place for our own and for our community groups to meet. In order to remain a congregation and to continue to serve our North Torrance community, we find it necessary at this time to sell a portion of our campus. Speaking for my own family and the greater Christ the King family, I encourage you to approve the Storm Properties project as presented. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
I'll move on to the next caller. Vicki, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Okay. My name is Vicki Lowry. I am a member of Christ the King Lutheran Church, and I am in support of the Townhome Project. This will allow our congregation to remain in our sanctuary for worship and give the opportunity to families to occupy homes where there is now unoccupied, unused land. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'll move on to the next caller. Deborah, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Deborah Reichel, and I'm a 36-year member of Christ the King Lutheran Church, and I'm phoning in favor of the townhome development being presented by Storm Properties. It contains provisions allowing our church family to continue worshiping together in our existing church while repurposing unused campus structures and an underutilized parking lot into much-needed housing in the city of Torrance. I am aware that our state has placed a high priority on additional available housing, and building family townhomes on this existing site fits that call. This is a win-win for our church members and the city of Torrance. Our congregation continues to serve the community and will have a smaller, more manageable property to maintain. The city of Torrance will be providing additional available housing to accommodate California and the city's projected population growth, as well as an additional tax revenue source. I thank you for your time, and I urge you to vote in favor of Storm's appeal.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm sorry about that. I was on mute. Lisa Fall, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Lisa Fall, and I am a member of Christ the King Lutheran Church for the past 31 years and counting. I live directly across the street from the church for 13 years so far now. Yes, I have witnessed firsthand the traffic patterns at numerous times, currently and over the years, and truly do not think this project will have as great a detrimental effect as people may presume. My kitchen window is right out front. My front door is right across the street from the church. The middle lanes of 182nd Street has and will provide ample ingress and egress. Christ the King Church has been a mainstay of North Torrance and an anchor of this community. We have helped countless people over the years in many ways. One such way is our unique labyrinth, which is a walking prayer path. It has benefited many who have used this much-needed, one-of-a-kind spiritual tool. It's great for relieving stress, decision-making, and heals the soul. Especially valuable when our community needs comfort and healing during this pandemic, upheaval, and uncertainty. This project will provide much-needed family housing and also includes open space for 2 community parks, which will greatly enhance and beautify North Torrance and further the community development in keeping with the Torrance motto, a balanced city. We, the church members, have done our due diligence, researched thoroughly, and unanimously as a congregation voted to approve this project proposed by Storm Properties. What if this project does not go through and the church is no longer there? A bigger developer comes through and takes the whole entire property. Then the traffic would really be much worse. I want everyone who opposes this proposal to think about that. I therefore kindly ask for Mayor Fury and the Torrance City Council to approve this project to go forward as proposed. Thank you, and God bless you and our city.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Mr. Qureshi, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yes, Your Honor and members of the council, good evening. I'd like to state that the Lutheran Church project could be one of the most important projects facing the city in regards to residential development. The Lutheran Church is a part of the fabric of this community. Forget whether it's been a long time since you went in, or you go in all the time, or you haven't been in a long time. This is a symbol of the community's past, present, and future. How many Hollywood movies have a plot where the developer wants to tear down an important community building, such as the Christ Lutheran Church? However, in this case, we have a community developer that is willing to save Christ the Lutheran Church and its beautiful sanctuary. I myself am not a Lutheran. I'm a part of the Muslim community of Torrance, but I back this project 110%. This project is a good project for the community that will bring another wonderful Torrance neighborhood encompassing this beautiful fabric. I believe that saving the Christ the Lutheran Church will pass on the community an essential core Torrance value of neighborliness. All of us will figure out parking and access to baseball diamonds. But if we nurture this project, we will bring homes to those who need them, homes to new Torrance residents, and we will give strength to our community. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Wayne from Encino, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yes, the famous one, the mighty one, Wayne from Encino. So we look at this project. You know, you can see it from the freeway. Everybody knows that iconic building, but it's too much density. It's just too much density. And in COVID-19 times, they're telling us to socially distance, to stay away from overdeveloped and boxed-in projects. That project, I've seen that same design all over L.A. I've seen one in Anaheim. It's the same old cookie-cutter project that they do on the computer. It looks like out of character and out of scope. Across the streets, little single-family homes, open space. So, again, nobody would be against the church developing some of the property and making some of it residential. But what they're doing here is they're creating a whole new mini-city within a city, and then they're going to put the church all the way in the back there. You're not going to see it from the street. You're only going to see it from one side, and all the parking lots are gone, and all of the fabric of what it's supposed to be is gone. The history is lost. The whole project, the church and the parking lot, everything that should be protected as a historic landmark. You don't have any of those old architectures like that anymore. So if they want to do it, go back. And I know that planning staff, see now, when you do a good job, I'm the first to say so. The planning staff has been turning it down so far. So far, so good. Now, I went to federal court down in Los Angeles today, and I saw the Marine, the chair of the Plum Committee for the city of Los Angeles, Jose Huizar. So Jose Huizar builds that kind of stuff, but not the city of Torrance. No. Mayor Fury don't like that stuff. He's furious. You don't like that stuff. So keep Torrance a nice little city. Don't build it up like L.A. Don't do it. So we'll have little cities like Torrance, and over here I'll go back to L.A., and we will have the overdensification and permanent reminder of overdevelopment. So vote no and have them go back, build us something, that's nice and unique and iconic. That's what we need. We need iconic and space, not overdensified, smushing 3-car garages next to each other. It may say 3-car garages, but the only 3 cars you could put in there are 3 little scooters. They're not like SUV garages. So that's it. I yield my time.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his 3 minutes were up. I'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
James Henry, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yes, they mentioned that they're going to park in the Hamilton Adult School parking lot. This also including demolishing Hamilton Adult School and taking over the girls' softball field? If it is, I urge everyone to vote no. I have to admit I didn't do my homework to look at the property map, so maybe
it's Mr. Henry. It's not that property at all.
Okay, that's all I want. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Have a nice day.
You too.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Diane Tucker, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yeah, my name is Diane Tucker. I've been a resident of Torrance for 50-plus years. I've been a member of Christ the King for 50-plus years. I'm in favor of the project because I think the church is an asset to the community, and I would like the church to proceed and go forward. We have a good ministry in the community, and my mother grew up there, and I have friends that have lived there, and I believe that Christ the King is a backbone to the community and that the project should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll move on to the final caller that we have on the line. Bev Finley, you are now unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. My main concern with this is the guest parking, because when they made the presentation the other week last week to us, they were talking about how this is so family oriented and there'll be families with children in that. Yet they're having 3-car garages, which, you know, having had 3 sons, that would mean 3 cars for them plus mine and my husband's, and so that's not going to be enough parking if they have families in there that have cars. Plus, if you're doing it for families, there's going to be parties and things. 12 guest parking spaces for 48 units, it's not enough. Where are these people going to park? And I have to agree with the gentleman earlier about the traffic. I come up and down that 405 all the time, and I really cannot believe that your traffic report said that would not be an impact to add that many more cars coming in and out of there. There's no way. And the other thing, there's only one driveway in and one out, so you're going to have congestion right in there just for people trying to get in and out. So I think you need to look at parking a little bit more closely. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor. I do not see any other callers on the line at this time for item 10B.
Okay. Well, then we'll take it back up to Mr. Walia from Storm Properties with Pastor Dale. We have 5 minutes. If there's anything you think you should wrap up, let us know about it.
Sure. So thank you, Mayor, and thank you, everybody, for the comments that we received from the public. So, again, concerns mainly seem to be a little bit around traffic, which is kind of what we have tried to do a data analysis and a lot of technical analysis on the numbers to be able to analyze and then work with the city's traffic department to show the impact that the project would create, and that is not a significant impact that gets created. There is a project, as we know, to redevelop the I-405 intersection that the city is working with Caltrans, which will also improve the Crenshaw intersection. So we believe as that moves forward over the next year and a half, that will really solve a lot of problems out there going in the future. And as far as the traffic from the driveway going out, in the past, the church had a lot of members, and the church used to be a lot more busier than it is. And it was never been an issue in the past where the traffic from the church getting out was an issue, especially since 182nd has a center divider lane. So it's an easy lane to go and wait over there if there's traffic, and then make a left turn once the traffic opens up. And then the right turn, you can just wait for the traffic and goes out. And like we said, for sale development is the least impactful traffic development. So we believe at a density of 17, which is kind of what we presented the project, it's a very low utilization for that site itself and gives all the benefits that we already talked about the project. Other than that, I don't have any other comments. If you have any other questions that myself or Pastor Dale can answer, we're happy to do that. Otherwise, thank you for the opportunity. And
thank you. Does council have any questions for the applicant, the appellant? I see none, so that could, Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask, because I do have a little bit of concerns on the parking, if the applicant is willing to give up some, if the city's okay with it, if my council's okay with it, to give up some of the green space for additional parking. I noticed that common area in the front is relatively large, and we also have other areas that are deemed green space, which is beautiful, but as some of the callers have mentioned, parking is might be a little bit of an issue. Of course, traffic, we can't really get around that too much. But if the city will be okay, I don't know if that's a requirement, but I wanted to ask maybe the applicant if possible, that we can cut down some of that green space for parking, not public parking, but guest parking, if they would be willing to do that.
So, yes, Councilperson Matucci, we'll be very willing to work with the city staff and optimize the parking and the open space. Like we said, based on the neighborhood meeting, we already found space to add 2 more parking spots. And as we get into the detailed drawing, we can still work to meet all the open space requirements and add as much parking as possible from a guest parking use perspective. So we are very willing to work with the city staff as we get into the detailed drawing.
Okay, and once we close the hearing, I'll maybe get clarification from staff, unless they're willing to speak about the parking and the green space now while you're able to speak.
Your Honor and Councilman Matucci, Danny Santana, Community Development Director.
I think it's appropriate now. No.
Your Honor, as was provided in the presentation, the project does exceed the open space requirement. That green space that the applicant has just covered, staff estimates that an additional 3 parking spaces could be added to the guest parking count in that area without compromising either their development standard compliance or safe parking space design.
Okay, so basically we don't want parking spaces that are backing up into other parking areas. Is that other parking spots? So in other words, we don't want them back-to-back parking.
No,
is that what we're trying to avoid?
No, Councilman. What staff is trying to say is that they can add safely 3 additional parking spaces in that open space, access immediately from the drive aisle. So no issues with that. Staff is comfortable with that approach, and the project can add them safely.
3, okay. Now, if we wanted to, let's say, cut that green space in half, is that something the city would it still fall within the same guidelines? I mean, we have a need for parking, that's for sure. I think 3 spaces might obviously help, but if we can, get maybe 10 more instead of 3, even better.
Councilman Danny Santana, again, they have approximately 17,000 square feet in excess open space above the minimum development standards. I wouldn't want to hazard a design on the fly right now to identify how many additional parking spaces could be identified, but if you like, staff can draft a condition that would direct the applicant to continue to work with staff to identify and maximize the amount of available guest parking spaces while still complying with the open space standard. I'm sure we could get to more than 3 if that is the direction of council, but I wouldn't be able to give you a number offhand without looking and making sure that it didn't raise any red flags from a circulation and backup standpoint.
Okay, absolutely. And also, if we can explore, if the council's okay with it, and also if the applicant's okay with it, if we can explore even possibly doing an easement for parking off the some of that green space on the the 40,000 square feet that are being retained by the church. You know, maybe have a common use agreement between the 2 properties. I don't know if that's been discussed.
Councilman, condition number 8 allows for that type of shared use of parking amenities. It did not extend into providing additional parking in that green space. But if the parish and the applicant were amenable, that can also be worked into the condition language.
Okay. I just want to make sure that that we're all, okay with it, and B, that we're seeking, every possible option to add more parking, because that's the last thing you want to do is having somebody have a birthday party and people are scrambling around for parking and having to park in the neighbor's, area. I think it'd just be wise if we just seek as much as we can. So anyways, all right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Griffith.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I want to chime in on the guest parking as well. The units being proposed are 3 and 4 bedroom units, so I would expect that there be, on average, probably 2+ vehicles per unit, based on my experience with people's driving habits and needs. And the fact that the 3-car garages are 2 cars with a 3rd space tucked in front of one of the spots, I would highly suspect that 3rd space won't get used for a daily driver vehicle. And so, as one of the callers calling in mentioned, it's very likely, I know with my own family, I had, more than 3 people with cars, and I'm really concerned that not only is there not enough guest parking spaces available, but there's not enough parking for the potential residents for this property. And I know it's to code, and I have a big beef with the code for our parking for residential properties, because we always seem to have problems with parking in projects that get developed, and there's really no place for this to overflow except for into the church parking lot, which I don't want to consider, because who knows in how many years that church may be gone and there'll be a different development there, and that parking won't be there, and then what do we have? So we can't count on parking as part of that lot 1 where the church is being around as long as the residential properties would be. And I don't think anybody can predict how long the church would be, but it certainly sounds like it's been a declining membership for a long time, and I haven't heard anything to tell me that that's going to change significantly. But, the parking is a big, big concern for me, and I'd like to see it in the neighborhood of doubling what was originally proposed from the 10 spaces to 20 in order for me to feel comfortable that there's reasonable parking, because in my mind the 3 parking spaces per unit are really not 3, it's really 2. Those are my comments. Thanks.
Councilmember Chen. And, this portion is for questions of the proponent or one of the witnesses. We can close the public hearing if we're just going to opine and, put our statements.
Well, I'd like to hear if they'd like to respond.
Well, I would like to respond to the question about the ministry and whether the church is going to be around for a while. the whole purpose of us wanting to do this project is to provide us the funds that we can redevelop our ministry so that it is something that is future-oriented and not simply about survival in the present. We have many talented people within our congregation, and we do have a vision of how we continue to keep our sanctuary open. And as one of the persons who came on talked about the labyrinth, the spiritual refuge that our community can enjoy really whenever they want. We have a vital role to play in this city, in this community, especially in a time that is so volatile. I think that the ministry we have to offer is going to benefit the city of Torrance for many, many years into the future. All of the other issues that have been brought up tonight certainly can be alleviated. Some of it can be minimized. But we are certainly willing to cooperate with the Homeowners Association so that parking can be a shared opportunity for both communities. But to suggest that we may not be around in a few years is, I think, an unfortunate comment given the fact of our sustainability for over 60 years. This influx of funds will allow us many, many years into the future. And so I'd rather have the council think about the future and what we might be able to accomplish rather than where we are at our present moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shen.
Thank you, Pastor. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. I think my sentiments were if there's a way to get more parking, is probably a good thing to do, especially with what the pastor just said. As the church grows, the church would need more parking. And what I was wondering is there like a vision or rule of thumb between the church and the homeowners association that as the church grows and homeowners grow, is there some kind of a gentleman's agreement when homeowners can overflow into the church parking, or vice versa, or is it just unspoken? Because that could be a fight, sort of.
Well, Councilman Chen, I do want to make a comment about if our church grows, and hopefully it will. We can have multiple services. We right now, I think, have 30 to 40 parking spaces. And if it looks like that we are going to grow as a congregation, as we hope we will, we can go to 2 to 3 to 4 services on a Sunday if necessary. So the parking issue, to me, is one of the least concerns that we have. And, of course, we would be willing to work with whatever homeowners association agreements, are part of the future. But I don't want the parking to be the issue why this project would be delayed or would be voted down. And I guess I'm speaking because of the urgency for Christ the King at this point, is that we need this project. We need this for our future. And I think the community of Torrance needs Christ the King for their future as well.
Yeah. Thank you, Pastor Dale. And,
Thank you. And
yes, sorry. If I may add,
Mr. Wally, the council's asking questions at this point. You've already had your testimony and your rebuttal. So if there are any other questions from the council, now's the time to ask them. If not, I will take a motion to close the public hearing. Councilmember Chen?
Mayor, I move to close the public hearing.
Councilmember Griffith?
30 seconds.
Okay. Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
She's recused.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Councilmember Chen?
Yeah.
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani, was she recused as well?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Ashcraft and Kalani recused.
Thank you. Now, does the council wish to take action on this item? Any comments are appropriate at this time. Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess this is more of a legal question. Are we able to dictate that in the CCNRs that the parking within the garages stay clear for vehicles only and not to be used for storage, or maybe have designated areas for storage? I know these aren't rentals or purchased homes, but if we can have that in the CCNRs, I think it might free up a few garages.
I think that question was directed to our city attorney. Yes.
This is Patrick Sullivan, city attorney. I don't know if we've gone into that level of detail on the CCNRs. I'll have to defer to Danny and see if we have. I know we've required storage in like common apartment areas and things like that, and we've required cross access agreements and guest parking agreements, but I'm not sure we've ever required the garages to be free, although I believe some CCNRs, they require cars to be parked in the garage and not actually on the driveway or on the streets. But I'll see if Danny has a better recollection of some of the CCRs than I do.
Thank you. Danny Santana, Community Development Director. It is very common to have that as a requirement on private projects on their CCNRs. My understanding is we have done those types of conditions when it has been a concern. So if directed by council, we can certainly draft some language for your consideration and read that off shortly.
Yeah, me personally, I would like if we can legally do that, ask for certain language in a CCNRs or restrictions or something that it can actually help with the parking situation. I'd personally like to see that, and also, if I may, so what's being sold is approximately just shy of 3 acres. On these 3 acres, if they were to maximize what the general plan calls for on the R3, that was 70 some odd units?
That was 76 units, sir.
76 units. So the developer came in with 48 townhomes, which would be considered a mid-density. Is that correct?
The density for this proposal is at 17.19 dwelling units per acre. So it's a hair under the medium density lower limit of 18 dwelling units per acre. This project would actually be classified as low-medium density because it's within the 9 to 18 dwelling unit range that that general plan designation affords. So it's at a lower density than medium density allows.
Gotcha. And I really want to commend the developer with not coming in with the maximum, with the idea that if they cut it down, they'll still be okay. They came in with something that that's palatable, and so I really commend them for that. I wish more developers would do that, come in with what's palatable, and also that matches the neighborhood. So, anyways, that's all I have. But yes, I would like to see, if the council's okay with it, I would like to see CCNRs that protect those garage spaces for vehicles or whatever language might want to be there. So, all right, Mayor, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually, in this particular case, even though I do share the parking concern, I am not in favor of going into telling a homeowner if he or she has to park the car in there, even though I do that religiously. But I know most of my friends and neighbors, when they need some space to store things, they tend to put in a garage. I prefer to let the homeowner make that decision, how they want to use their garage, and that's just where I'm at right now.
I see that as an enforcement issue as well. We're not going to go around knocking on people's doors and inspecting their garage to see if you have cars in there or storage in there. The interesting thing is that when you're building townhomes like this, and is it a garage? Yeah, it's a 3-car garage, but it's not a 3-car garage. It's a 2.5-car garage because it would require you to park 1 car in there that's going to stay in there all the time. And unlike the single-family residence that we know and love and swear by, it doesn't have a driveway. It's just got a little apron. So we have 48 units here with basically, let's cut it true. The true story is 96 parking spots. And then the guest parking. So 48 units and guest parking for how many people do we have? If we gather another 3 or 10, we're up to about 23 guest spots for that. The whole methodology of building it up rather than down, that changes the thing. We heard about the traffic conditions. Single-family residence, anyone I've ever seen, that's the smallest, the lightest amount of traffic impact is single-family residence. And, people will disbelieve that no matter what. But compared to commercial, compared to industrial, compared to even warehousing, single-family residence is a lower impact. The problem is that with this site is that there hasn't been much traffic there because, as the church, as the pastor said, that it's been declining enrollment in the church. Most of the traffic is the traffic going there for Little League baseball, where they've been using up that parking over there, and it was very gracious of Christ the King to share that. Otherwise, I dare say it's going to be a little bit more difficult if this project is approved, and the Little Leaguers have to stay in their parking lot on the other side. One of the things, it's a nice project, but it's behind something. And there's only one other project that I've seen in the city of Torrance built that way, and it's off of Sepulveda behind the Pep Boys, where they put a senior housing tower there. I think it's probably 8 or 10 stories high back there. And it is really a difficult place to get to because there's one driveway, one in, one out, as one of the people testified this. There's one way in, there's one way out. You can make it as wide as the driveway, but that's all you're going to get out of that. So, I see parking as going to be an issue no matter what. And I see traffic, although single-family residence is the lowest number of traffic, and it's a much higher impact than is coming out of that driveway right now, except on Sundays when there's church services or when there's Little League baseball. So my thoughts on the parking, and I agree with Councilmember Chen. We should not get involved in looking in people's garages to see if they're storing boxes or 29 Fords in there or whatever they put in their car, in their garage. Councilmember Griffin.
Yes, thank you. I have a suggestion for the idea of modifying CCRs is to put signage on the guest parking that it is not for residents parking and that it's for guests only, and hopefully they will self-police themselves on that issue. But I would also would like to see that on the church parking lot as well. It's not for residential parking. And I still want to see an increase in the number of parking spaces. Sounds like there's a lot of agreement that based on the large size of these units, which is great. I like to see larger units because we seem to be doing a lot of proposals of small units, but these are 3 and 4 bedroom, so there's a great likelihood that there's going to be the need for more than 2 cars per unit. And I think we can all be realistic to say that there's not much likelihood that they're going to put 3 cars in these garages for their regular use. They might store a hobby car or something like that in the third space, but not something they're going to want to try and get out every day. So unless I see an increase in the guest parking and potentially signage agreed to for limiting that to be guest-only parking, I'm hesitant to proceed without some some additional changes.
Your Honor, Danny Santana, if I may.
I'm sorry, Danny, go ahead.
I'm sitting here with Oscar over a site plan, and we started doing what we usually try and suggest not to do and design on the fly, to see if there is another way to approach the parking situation in that green space area right off the entrance. If the 6 parking spaces that provide backup onto the drive aisle were rotated 90 degrees, providing one aisle to the rear of the 2-story professional office building, a drive aisle, and then another parking space, row of parking spaces that mirrors it, even if an additional handicap parking space were incorporated, staff is fairly confident we can transition those 6 parking spaces into 14 parking spaces. The project would still comply with the open space requirement because they are 4,978 square feet over the standard, and they would still have a residual open space area that meets the minimum dimensions in order to be counted towards the open space requirement. So, again, that's a quick sketch that we've done. If council is comfortable with that approach, we can certainly come up with language for your consideration that the applicant shall continue to work with staff to rotate the design of those parking spaces to yield a minimum of additional 14 parking spaces. And we would verify compliance with that standard during the plan check process should this project be approved.
Are there any other comments or questions? Being none, I'll take a motion. How does the council wish to proceed? Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually would like to make a motion to concur with the Community Development Director to uphold the appeal, adopt an ordinance approving the zone change from A1 R2 zone to R3 zone, approve an ordinance summary for publication, adopt a resolution approving the conditional use permit to allow 48-unit townhome, and with the additional request that the appellant work with the city to maximize the number of additional parking that's possible, still meet the regulations.
Matucci, I'll second that.
Councilmember Matucci.
I'll second that.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
No.
Your Honor, that motion carries with Mayor Fury voting no and Ashcraft and Kalani recused.
We have a number and title.
Yes, Your Honor. First, we have ordinance number 3881, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Division 9 of the Torrance Municipal Code to reclassify certain property in the City of Torrance from A1 R2 zone light agricultural district to family residential district to R3 zone limited multifamily residential district. Resolution number 2020-70, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving a conditional use permit as provided for in Division 9, Chapter 5, Article 1 of the Torrance Municipal Code to allow a 48-unit townhome development that involves new construction of multiple ownership residential structures, buildings that are more than 2 stories in height, and development that exceeds a 0.6 to 1.0 floor area ratio on property located in the R3 zone zone change pending at 2706 182nd Street. Resolution number 2020-71, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving a conditional use permit as provided for in Division 9, Chapter 5, Article 1 of the Torrance Municipal Code to allow an existing church use on property located in the R3 zone, zone change pending at 2706 182nd Street. Resolution number 2020-72, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving a waiver as provided for in Division 9, Chapter 4, Article 2 of the Torrance Municipal Code to allow a waiver of the building height limit for an existing church sanctuary on property located in the R3 zone, zone change pending at 2706 182nd Street. And the last resolution is Resolution number 2020-73, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving a tentative tract map as provided for in Division 9, Chapter 2, Article 29 of the Torrance Municipal Code for condominium merger and re-subdivision purposes on property located in the R3 zone, zone change pending at 2706 182nd Street.
We have a motion to approve. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt Ordinance 3881 and adopt Resolutions 2020-70 through 2020-73.
This is Councilmember Matucci. I'll second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
No.
Your Honor, that motion carries with Mayor Fury voting no and Council Members Ashcraft and Kalani recused.
Thank you. That concludes item 10B as in Bravo.
Thank you.
We're going to call our other colleagues back to us. There you go. There's one. There's somebody knocking on the door. All right, we have a full complement of council. Councilwoman Ashcraft and Kalani have rejoined us. Moving on to item 8, our consent calendar. Do any council members wish to pull any items listed under the consent calendar? Councilmember Chen, you had your hand up?
Yes, Mayor. I'd like to pull 8, E as in Echo.
Okay. Councilmember Griffin?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to pull 8F as in Frank.
And Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull 8D as in Dog.
Is that it? If it is, then I'll entertain a motion to approve the remainder of the consent calendar.
Councilmember Goodrich moves to approve consent calendar items 8 Alpha through Kilo with the exception of Delta, Echo, and Foxtrot.
And J.
And J was pulled.
Councilmember Chen was second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Now we'll come back to, we'll go right down in alphabetical order. 8D, Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I had asked the staff for clarification on this particular item. My main concern was the ability for the employees to use a Department of Transportation approved certified medic for their, I guess every 2 years they need a certification for their heavy equipment license. And so there's a cost that I believe we cover, the city covers when they hire this company. I believe we're paying upwards of $200, and I believe the employees, depending on where they go, they're able to use their insurance. I would like for us to consider reimbursing the employees for their copay, which I believe is only about $20 if they go through their insurance. That's really where I'm at, and also I would like to make sure that the employees are able to go to any of the doctors of their choosing. That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor,
Thank
members.
you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor.
No, go ahead.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, Viet Huang, City Manager's Office. Thank you, Councilman Matucci, for the clarifying question. City staff did do some research today, and just to clarify, Councilman Matucci, through the contract with Concentra, the baseline physical in regards to the renewal that's required for the DMV for those who possess a commercial driver's license, the city is charged $70 for it. And again, that's a baseline physical that an employee would go through. Using an outside party could potentially go up to $200. So we will definitely explore that as an option. I do want to flag you that the difficulty in that suggestion or that recommendation is actually anticipating how much the cost will be. We know that with this cost, we can anticipate or we can predict the approximate cost because we know it's capped at $70 for a base fee. Depending which provider an employee would go to, it could be upwards of $200 is what I was able to find online. So, but that is something that we could explore. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm assuming we can put a cap, a maximum reimbursement of $70.
That was something that staff did consider as well. Thank you for bringing that up. That is a possibility. You are correct.
Okay. Then, of course, it's subject to the party's approval, right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. So I'm curious to see if anybody has any other comments on this, but I'm ready to make a motion.
Are there any other comments on this? I know that there was communication with the city manager staff with at least one of the bargaining units today. Am I correct on that, Mr. Chaparian or Mr. Jackson?
That is correct, Mayor. We've been in touch. Katie Warren from our office has been in touch with the TME AFSCME, and we have a commitment to develop a side letter which will allow the employee group the ability to seek their own medical doctor's approval.
That's what I thought. Okay. So are we ready to make a motion?
Yes, sir. I'd like to make a motion, Mayor. I move that we approve item 8D with the recommendation of the city manager, approve third amendment to the consulting services agreement with Concentra Health Services, and also item 2, which is approve a first amendment the consulting services agreement with Providence Medical Institute of Torrance. And I would like to add to my motion that we include a reimbursement to the employees of up to $70 per visit, and that's with the approved Department of Transportation doctor of their choice. That's my motion.
Councilmember Griffith.
I'll second that.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. The next one, alphabetically, is 8 Echo, and that would be Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually had a conversation with staff prior to the council meeting because my first question was really looking at making sure that we've done due diligence and looking at the consultant. I'm looking at the package here, and it says that, we've used the consultant here, Miss Kim Fuente, probably for the last 15 years. And I'm assuming that there's probably a 15 years of data of what's been submitted for the city to continue to fulfill the Rule 2220 of AQ&D. And really looking to see if the staff can please take an action to take a look into if an existing staff within the city could take on this task as opposed to going out to a consultant. I'm not saying hire someone new. I'm just asking staff to please take an action to see if there's this task can be added or included within the city.
Councilman Chen, Danny Santana, Community Development Director. Given the recent budget modifications, we're a bit lean on our staffing levels, and I'm concerned about being able to absorb this responsibility without either a consultant availability or additional staffing.
Yeah, I understand that. I guess what I'm saying, and maybe let me try it again. We've been doing this for 15 years, and if we can just at least take an action to look at what's been done for the last 15 years, or this could be, it may not have to be part of community development department to take on this, or it could be a staff elsewhere within the city. I'm just asking to please take a look at it. We've got 15 years of data. That's really what I'm getting at.
Councilman, is what you're saying is to approve the 1 year, but during that year to investigate and explore if there are other means of accomplishing this report and process?
That's what I'm getting at. I know that right now. Yeah, I know that right now. We got something we got to get out.
I think we can do that over the next year.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Goodrich, you have something?
I have some similar concerns to Councilmember Chen. Looking at this, the money we're paying for this is equivalent to a full-time private sector position, but yet I can pretty much not full-time work here. So what I'd ask, and this is after consultation with staff, is that we send this out to RFP, and then during those 6 months, extend the contract for 6 months, send it out to RFP, and during that time, the staff couldn't reevaluate if there's a way to incorporate it. Although I do have concerns because I know staff is pretty overwhelmed and about to be short-staffed here with our budget cuts that we've implemented, especially in Community Development Department. One other thing I'd like to see is just double-checking the insurance requirements. In reviewing this, I believe that they were passed under the old insurance requirements and not the new ones that have been updated citywide. So if that's the case, I'd also like to implement those new requirements as part of the extension.
Danny, is that okay as an approach? 6-month extension and modification on the insurance, and to go to an RFP.
Your Honor, Danny Santana, Community Development Director, either approach would work for staff. Councilman Goodrich is correct. This is a 2017 consulting services agreement format. The extension is an addendum to the original consulting services agreement. So if Council wanted to include revisions to the insurance to reflect the most recent consulting services agreement insurance requirements, that can be included as in the form of a motion for either the 1 year or the 6 month. And as the city manager has indicated, we can do an assessment of either the RFP or look to see if there's another department or a different staffing approach where it can be incorporated.
Would that work for you, Councilmember?
Council. Okay, and then one of y'all is going to have to come up with a motion, and I think the other one will second it.
Councilmember Goodrich moves to extend the contract for 6 months, implementing the current revised insurance language, if applicable, and for staff to return at that 6 months with options to either do it in-house or submit for RFP.
Councilman Chen will second that.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
I vote no.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matucci voting no.
Thank you. Next one, we go to 8 Foxtrot, and that was Councilmember Griffin.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have a question on this for staff, and that's in regards to, I know that the COG has been working on a fiber network for implementation to the cities in the South Bay, and I'm not up to speed on what the current completion and availability date of that fiber network would be, but would that new fiber network be something we could use in place of these services at a potentially reduced rate? Question for anyone on staff.
Good evening, Mayor Fury, council members. This is Yolande Wilburn. I am your city librarian. I'm not aware that the fiber network connection would affect us. I can certainly look into that as it develops. My understanding is Scenic was put in Torrance in order to advance high-speed internet access to the citizens of Torrance through library locations. And so that's why we continue to pay the contract, and we do get the E-rate discount on it. But I'm certainly willing to look into the fiber network option down the road as a possibility for replacement of this program.
Does anyone else from staff have any idea about the fiber network completion and availability for the fiber network?
Fiber network being worked on. I don't know if we have a specific finish date. It's a rather substantial project and is going through the whole South Bay, but it is not ready to be used this time.
Okay, well, hopefully we can look at that come the renewal of this, assuming this gets approved, to look at a possible savings by utilizing the new South Bay fiber network that's being installed, at least to explore the possibilities of using that and to compare the costs of using that versus the current provider.
We can follow up.
So unless there's any other questions, I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve this for 1 year.
I see no others. I have a motion. I need a second. Councilmember Chen.
Councilman Chen with second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 9, administrative matters. 9A is from Finance to adopt a resolution approving fiscal year 2020-2021 appropriation limit and selection of annual adjustment factors. From Finance?
Yes. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the Council. This is Joe Pham from Finance. Item 9A is the recommendation of the Finance Director that Council adopt a resolution approving the City of Torrance appropriations limit for fiscal year 2021, also known as the GAN Initiative. Proposition 4 of Article 13B of the California State Constitution mandates government entities set a spending limit on revenues collected from taxes. Proposition 111 grants cities the option to choose a population factor and a price factor in the calculation of the appropriations limit. Using the percentage change in the county's population growth and percentage change in the assessed valuation in non-residential new construction results in an appropriations limit of $3,867,000,000 for fiscal year 2021. The appropriations subject to the limitation is $169 million, placing the city $3.7 billion below the fiscal year 2021 limitations. Staff is available for any questions.
Anybody have any questions about that? Seeing none, I'll take a motion to concur with the staff recommendation. Oh, actually, this I could take a number and title.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2020-60, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving the 2020-21 appropriations limit and selection of the annual adjustment factors for the same fiscal year.
I'll take a motion to adopt the revisions to the operating budget and to adopt resolution 2020-60. Councilmember Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to concur with the recommendation of the Finance Director and adopt a resolution 2020-60.
Councilmember Goodrich, seconds.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. That move on to item 9B as in Bravo. From the City Manager to provide a COVID-19 recovery update.
Yes, Your Honor. This is Leroy Jackson. Again, for council request, staff's going to give you an update on our COVID-19 recovery efforts. It also allows the council to discuss and consider taking whatever actions deemed appropriate for responding to the orders of the County of Los Angeles and the State of California regarding the COVID-19. Since last Tuesday's meeting, the LA County Department of Health modified the Safer at Home order effective June 19th to allow for the reopening of additional sectors and help move the County of Los Angeles into Stage 3 of the California's Pandemic Resilience Roadmap. The modified health officer's order allows for the following sectors to reopen once they implement the required protocols for infection control and distancing. Nail salon, cosmetic services, spas offering aesthetic and massage services, tattoo and piercing shops, tanning salons, casinos, card rooms, and satellite wagering sites, bars and wineries, not anchored to food services. In addition, protests and faith-based services held outdoors no longer have limits on how many people can participate. We'll continue to work with our business community, assist them with responding as we return to formal operating conditions. City staff has reached out to the Torrance businesses and shared with them the latest guidelines, which have been posted on the city's business resource website at https://cityoftorranceca.com/reopening. Towards alert, social media posts have been sharing our business resource information with the business community. Restaurants interested in pursuing extended outdoor dining are encouraged to contact our Office of Economic Development. Questions can be directed to the Office of Economic Development via email at economicdevelopment@torrance.ca.gov or via telephone at 310-618-5807. With my concurrence, the Community Service Department will be reopening our summer day camp program under limited use effective Monday, July 6, 2020, and will operate for a 6 weeks through August 14th. Staff has verified that the reopening plans meet COVID-19 protocols. Online registration for Torrance residents will start Wednesday, June 24th, and if there are any openings online, non-resident registration will be open July 1, 2020, and of course will be charged a higher participation fee. Due to the COVID-19 protocols for limited use, staff will only provide 9 weekly day camps to be offered at 6 of our city parks, only allowing 10% participants to 2 staff members and operating from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. These groups must stay together, will not be allowed to commingle, and they will not have any bus excursions. In order to meet the cost expenses for this program, the participant fee will be $150 for our residents and $165 for non-residents. Information about the Summer Day Camp program will be publicized using our available social media outlets. We're in the process of preparing additional public counter reopenings. City Hall is scheduled to open this week with access to the City Clerk's office and City Hall. We'd mention also that we are preparing orders related to the opening of the plunge for lap use only, and those orders may come out within the next few days. The City of Torrance will continue to monitor all federal, state, county guidelines and share information with our community. The city's economic development team will continue to host and participate in webinars to assist various business sectors with developing their reopening plans, and again can be reached by phone or email. Our fire chief and the EOC director and I are available for any questions or follow-up matters. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. I'll take a motion to accept and file. Councilmember Goodrich and Councilwoman Torrance.
Just one question before the motion for staff. As things are getting back to normal, how long do we intend to keep this on our agenda each week?
That's up to you. We're following through on a motion taken by the City Council that told us to put it on every week.
Okay. If I remember correctly, that motion was mostly to address the need for the businesses and getting back to normal, but that seems to be falling in place. So, I could go either way, but if it's not serving the intended purpose anymore, it's just taking up time possibly. So I don't know. How's the rest of the council feel on that?
I was the one that recommended it to be on there.
Either way. Councilmember Griffith?
Yeah, as the person who recommended it be on there in the first place, I think until we get all of our businesses and other activities reopened, and there are still many sectors yet to be opened, I think it's worthwhile to have the opportunity to discuss it and to be able to take action, because if it's not on our agenda, there's nothing we can do. And as happened tonight, except for this discussion, there really wasn't anything, and it was a worthwhile public discussion to share with the listeners to see what new things are happening around our city. So I'd vote to keep it.
Yeah, I think it's worthwhile.
Okay. Motion to accept.
Anybody else? Okay, we got a motion. We got a second, Councilwoman Kalani.
Second, Councilmember Kalani. Yeah. Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay, now we're moving on to item 9C. 9C is from Public Works to approve a Fifth Amendment to agreement for the purchase of treated water from the Goldsworthy Desalter Project.
Yes, good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Chuck Scheich with Public Works. This item is a recommendation of the Public Works Director that the City Council approve a Fifth Amendment to a contract service agreement with the Water Replenishment District of Southern California for an amount not to exceed $1,600,000 for water purchase from the Goldsworthy Desalter Project and extend the term of the agreement for a 6-month period beginning July 1st, 2020 and ending December 31st, 2020. The Goldsworthy Desalter, just kind of a recap, located at the City Yard facility, converts brackish groundwater into fresh, potable drinking water. All treated water from the facility is purchased by Torrance Municipal Water under a pricing agreement with the Replenishment District. This extension is an interim measure for the next 6 months when a new purchase agreement with the Replenishment District will be implemented to replace this extension. Staff is available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chuck. Are there any questions from the staff? I see absolutely none. So I thank you for staying with us all night. I'll take a motion to approve the Fifth Amendment to the Contract Services Agreement. Councilmember Griffiths.
Councilman Griffiths, I move to concur with staff recommendation.
Councilwoman Ashcraft, second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
We're now moving to item 9D as in Delta. That's from Public Works to approve a dissolution memorandum of understanding for Hermosa Beach Greenbelt Trench Infiltration Project, to appropriate the funds and approve agreement for stormwater basin expansion project. From staff?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. This is John Dettle from the Public Works Department. This item is to approve a dissolution MOU between the cities of Hermosa Beach, Manhattan Beach, Redondo Beach, and Torrance to dissolve the cost-sharing MOU that we had approved for the Hermosa Beach Greenbelt Trench Infiltration Project, and then to accept back the full refund of $281,229.50 from Hermosa Beach. And then upon receipt of those funds, appropriate that funds to the Stormwater Basin Expansion Project, I-179. Also, to accept and file the Stormwater Basin Expansion Project Concept Report. Then to additionally appropriate $300,000 from the Sewer Enterprise Fund balance to the Stormwater Basin Expansion Project. And then approve a sole source consulting service agreement with CWE of Fullerton, California, an amount not to exceed $458,157 to perform the final design services for the Stormwater Basin Expansion Project on a 2-year contract term, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you, John. I'm sorry, I was on mute. And thank you for the presentation. I know it was a mouthful to get out, but on this side, I'm asking anybody have any questions on that. I see no hands raised from the council, so I'll take a motion to concur with the staff recommendation. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to concur with staff recommendation to dissolve the MOU, receive the funds, accept and follow the stormwater basin expansion project, appropriate the funds, and approve a sole source consulting service.
Councilmember Goodrich.
Councilwoman
Ashcraft.
I second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
That motion carried unanimously, Your Honor.
Okay, we're now moving on to item 9E as an echo. This is from Public Works to approve a contract services agreement for transfer station services from Public Works.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. This is Jim Kiesel, Sanitation Services Manager. It's a recommendation of the Public Works Director that City Council approve a contract services agreement with Allied Waste Services of North America to provide transfer station services for the city's residential waste stream for a 3-year term beginning November 1st, 2020 and ending October 31st, 2023 with 2 additional 1-year options. As mentioned in the staff report, there are only 2 viable companies within close proximity to the city of Torrance that can provide transfer station services, and those are Allied Waste and Waste Management. Staff reached out to both companies and received quotes for transfer station services, with the Allied Waste quote being significantly less than the Waste Management quote. In addition, Allied Waste has 3 facilities within 11 miles of the city of Torrance Yard, providing operational efficiencies. And based upon this, staff recommends awarding a transfer station services contract to Allied Waste Services. I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? I see no one, so I'll take a motion to approve the contract services agreement for transfer station services. From Councilwoman Ashcraft.
Motion to approve item 9E.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Second. Councilwoman Kalani, second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. That takes us to 9F as in Foxtrot. Community Development to approve a licensing and maintenance agreement for the airport noise monitoring system from Community Development.
Linda Cessna with the Community Development Department. This is a recommendation that we approve a noise offices service agreement with Brule & Care in the amount of $761,000 for a 5-year period. This will be $149,485 for the first 3 years. Brule & Care has offered to keep their price at the same level that we're currently paying for the first 3 years of this contract. And then the next 2 years, the optional extensions would have a 3% escalator. The service that they provide includes our noise monitoring system, the computer system that transfers all the data that we get from the monitors out in the community. It allows us to measure the noise generated by aircraft and to identify that it is an aircraft actually going over the monitor. It also provides the noise office services, which helps us to go through the information that we're getting and send out the letters and such that we do. It has the web track, which allows the community and our staff to look at the patterns of aircraft that are flying throughout the area. And it also is technology management for the system. This is an extremely technological, and it's a very difficult system. There's not very many people that do it, and currently the hardware that we have for this system is still in good shape, and we didn't feel that we wanted to try and change a provider while we still had life left in the hardware of the system. So we figure by the end of this contract, perhaps by the 3-year, perhaps by the 5-year, we will be hitting the end of the life of the hardware that's out in the community. And at that time, we could look to see if there are any other providers that would be able to provide similar services and available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Seston. Are there any questions from the council?
I did have a question.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you very much. I couldn't see. Did we actually go out and look for other providers? Was there a comparison? And I'm sorry that we didn't talk about this sooner.
No, we have not looked for other providers currently. We've talked with other airports, and one of the airports, Santa Monica, that had a system that they had developed themselves, have since gone away from that system and gone back to Brulin Care. Again, if we move to another system, we have to replace all the hardware, and as long as we have life in the current hardware, it seems more cost-effective to maintain the system for the life of the hardware.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll take a motion to motion to approve the licensing and maintenance agreement. Councilwoman
I'm
Kalani?
sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I actually would like, with the concurrence of my fellow council members, to just maybe bring this back to the next meeting so we can understand it a little bit more.
Anybody have any problem with that? Councilmember Goodrich.
For staff, are there any deadlines? Would this system be able to stay in place if we did that?
Councilman, it renews on July 20th. I'd suggest that we continue it on a month-to-month until such time as we can return it and take action by the council and give us authorization to extend it.
Thank you. I'll second.
You are Jack. I'm sorry.
That's all right. We all recognize your voice. So we have a motion by Councilmember Kalani to do a month-to-month until we can bring it back, and that was seconded by Councilmember Goodrich. I got it right?
Yes.
Okay.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
No.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Chen voting no.
Okay, that takes us to number 12, which is second reading of ordinances. 12A, a second and final reading of ordinance number 3871. May we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is ordinance number 3871, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending sections 61.12.020 and 61.12.140 of the Torrance Municipal Code prohibiting parking of oversized vehicles and trailers in parking lots at city parks, airport, civic center, and all other city-owned parking lots.
I'll take a motion to adopt ordinance number 3871. Councilmember Griffith.
I move to adopt ordinance number 3871.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Second. Councilwoman Kalani, second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
All right. That brings us to orals. And the first one up this evening is Councilwoman Ashcraft.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing tonight.
All right. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to wish everyone a super 4th of July weekend. And continue to stay safe, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Goodrich.
Yes, just want to wish everybody a happy July 4th and a reminder that fireworks are illegal in the city of Torrance. There's numerous complaints out there this year about how there's a lot more fireworks going on and people's dogs are cowering under tables and all sorts of stuff. So if people would please be kind to their neighbors.
Councilmember Griffith.
I concur with the other statements on the 4th of July. Everyone have a safe and happy 4th and nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, happy 4th of July. Stay safe and well. And just again, our agenda packet was like this big today. So for all those people that contributed to all that work, thank you.
Thank you for thanking them. Councilmember Matucci.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I also would like to wish everybody a wonderful 4th of July, and we're celebrating our independence, our declaration, and the way I like to celebrate it is by displaying my the colors, our beautiful flag in front of my home. I do that every day, of course, but for those of you that don't have a flag, go out and get one. Show your pride for our country. Yeah, it is the most beautiful country in the world, and show those colors off. They're absolutely beautiful. God bless everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I guess I'm the next one up. Even though we have this COVID-19 issue, the U.S. Conference of Mayors is still doing our meeting this year, our summer meeting, which is a major one where we do a lot of business. And I'm very proud that I've been a co-sponsor of a number of bipartisan resolutions that we're pushing forward to the administration, both not just the administration, but also Congress, to let them know what cities across this country, whether they're large, small, or just towns, what we need and expect from our representatives in Washington, D.C. And so I just wanted to share that we still have our presence throughout not only just the area, but the state of California and this great nation that we will be celebrating the birthday of pretty soon. So as we close tonight's agenda, I want to again thank you all for your patience with us. I assure you that we are doing the best to provide all essential services to create a safe and efficient manner. On June 18th, additional services and businesses were cleared to reopen, and we're working quickly to help our businesses and our departments to reopen properly and with care. We need to continue to be vigilant of our day-to-day practices so that we do not regress in our diligence thus far. You can still find all the information on reopening in addition to the links to county and state orders at torranceca.gov/COVID-19. As we advance advance through these stages of phase out, please be mindful of the upcoming Independence Day weekend, as was mentioned. I know next week will be a busy time for our beaches and parks with the weather that we've been having, and our community may feel inclined to gather with friends. I would ask you, please, remember, masks are mandatory in the state of California, and continue to practice social distancing. What was the statement? Keep your space, mind your space, and cover your face. And we'll get through this quicker rather than later. It is unfortunate there will be no fireworks show this year, but there are still ways to celebrate our great country. Make pinwheels with the kids, purchase some glow sticks, have some fun with silly string. Enjoy your family. We can still celebrate Independence Day and should. Fireworks are still illegal in the city of Torrance, so as Councilmember Goodrich mentioned, please plan accordingly. By the way, City Cable is reprising our 2019 fireworks show from the Civic Center at 8 p.m. on July 4th. So if you really need your fireworks, there's no better than to turn on your television and watch your fireworks. At 8 o'clock, it's just when it's done, you have your picnic or your barbecue with your family and then watch the fireworks from last year. We appreciate your feedback and responses to assisting our public safety. Your eyes and ears are the pulse of our community, and it does not go unnoticed. We look into all of it. Unfortunately, there have been times when social media can do more harm than good. I can't stress this enough. Please verify your information before you hit that share button. Rumors catch on like wildfire on the internet, and innocent people are affected. I want to remind everyone, get your information from reliable sources. Do your fact-checking. Sign up for Torrance Alerts for city information. We are doing our best to keep you informed and in the know. Today, we rearranged our public input. I counted more than 62 people who came in and spoke to us. So I think we may have hit on the right way to do it as we're doing this in remote web transition. So I want to say good night, everybody. Happy 4th of July. Take care and be safe. Mr. Jackson, anything from the city?
No, other than to share again the same sentiment of happy 4th of July to all. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. I'll take a motion to adjourn. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. Motion to adjourn the City Council meeting of Tuesday, July 7th, 2020. Recommendation that the City Council adjourn tonight's City Council meeting to Tuesday, July 7th, 2020 at 5:30 p.m. for a closed session with the regular meeting commencing at 7 p.m. in compliance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-2920, which suspended portion of the Brown Act. Members of the Torrance City Council and staff will participate in this meeting via teleconference and other electronic means in our continuing effort to practice social distancing to reduce the spread of COVID-19. Members of the public are encouraged to watch the meeting via City Cable, Channel 3 Spectrum, and Channel 31 Frontier, over the air on 25.2, streaming on torranceca.gov, Facebook at City of Torrance, CA Government, and YouTube channel Torrance City Cable. Tuesday, June 30th, 2020 is a council dark night.
Councilman Griffith, second.
Councilmember, thank you.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Good night, everybody, and celebrate the 254th birthday of our nation.